Alrighty. We should now be live on Twitter and YouTube. For both streams, let me simply do a recap of what our plan for the day is. Plan number one, try and stay cool. It's already 85 degrees in this room. You get more ice cubes, that would help. But the plan for the day, we had the fun time of updating our Elixir version, which involved updating Phoenix and a bunch of dependencies. We pushed that up to staging. We should verify that the GitHub action worked properly. We should double check the staging environment, and then we could probably push up production, which is nice. Yeah, so hopefully that process of updating Elixir will give us a little bit better type inference. It's not a strongly typed language, or technically, no, it's not a strictly typed language, but it is technically a strongly typed language. And the difference between those things is a little subtle, but we can go into it a little later. We might need to create some new structs that the type inference is better. It depends. We might have some things that are just sitting in just non-typed data structures. So yeah. So once we get all that up, we will be good to go with production for that, and we can keep fixing other bugs. For GitBench, we fixed some bad output, right? Like the structured output from the day before was a thing. We've also got some tests that are failing, like for everything, which we should test with just a couple models, quick-wise, We could probably even do it with just a couple efforts. So this could be a way quicker test, but we do got to run one. And then we'll probably need to start noodling more on the UI because it has this idea of campaigns that I'm not sure why campaigns matter, and we may want to just remove the idea of campaigns from this. It's a little weird. So yeah, that's our plan. We can get started. Currently waiting on stuff at work, which is fun. Let me double check this. The link. Okay, yeah, that should be good. And yeah, we look good to go. Let's just switch over and get things going. Not sure what I'm doing for dinner tonight. I got dumpling stuff I can do. Dumplings are easy enough.
Swing, swing.
So yeah, we just completed a couple specifications. So we did that. All right, we'll just do like none and high for now. Yes, this one should be pretty quick. But what we want to do first... All right, so we cleared out the old results. Let's do another run. And this should be pretty quick. All right, we're running 7 of these modules. We do want to get the structured output as part of it, but it should be pretty fast. Okay, so as far as this goes, let's double check our GitHub Actions and see what happened. All right, so we do see that the staging build deployed just fine. I forget how to do this. All right, so I'm not sure this matters. I'm not sure that's working as intended. I may need to log into up there. Which means I need to get my password for 1Password and blah, 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 blah. Hey, what up, Headless Headhunter, Mr. Sir? Give me a second. I'm doing some password BS at the moment. Okay, I can close this. I need to copy and paste a random thing. Security insights, eh? Yeah, we should probably check that out at some point, but that's not the main thing. Oh. Huh. All right. Well, give me a second. We'll get to that in a sec here. Yeah, this album's so good. And what up, Small Knight? How you doing? All right. So, Headless Headhunter, what were you up to on your stream? And what's up, Beautiful? How you doing? And I don't think I said JLem. No, there's someone above you named Beautiful. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so 2 success stories from resumes you helped review. Hell yeah, dude. Are you gonna start doing like the Danny Thompson thing? Like, they got the job, right? And you shout them out. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think Danny would be bummed. It's about the message more so than who's saying it, right? Not sure if you're aware of who Danny Thompson is. Danny Thompson, not that guy. Tech. There you go. That's it. This guy. So he is the organizer of Commit Your Code conference. He does a shitload of like community engagement, DevRel kind of stuff. He's been like a director of engineering, like he's done all sorts of stuff. The crazy part is he hasn't even been in the industry that long. I think he's only been a dev for like, I don't know, 6 years, something like that. But that goes to show that like, dude, it's not about the time you put in. It's about what you do with that time, in my opinion. Right? Like, yeah, dude, he's big time. He kills it. Yeah, for sure. Check out his podcast. I think they said it's going out tomorrow. Him and Leon Noel do the programming podcast, and I'm a guest on it, sponsored, of course. Like, Get Kraken paid for me to be a guest, basically. But I know Danny and Leon pretty well. Like, not like, I don't know. Neither of us are inviting each other to like a wedding or something, but like, dude, it's yeah, just good vibes, good people. I know Leon because of streaming. So like during COVID, we got raided by Leon and 100 devs, like, you know, with like a 5,000 person like raid. It was crazy. Like, dude, COVID was crazy times. But yeah, that's where I actually know Leon from, and he's a super solid dude. So yeah, if you don't know Leon Noel, there's another person to think of, I should say. And JLem, you were there? Were you part of, I think I totally forgot that. You were part of, like, Leon's 100 devs? He's rated a few times. I think the first time he rated was back in, like, 2021, I want to say. And that was with, like, 5,000 people. And then there's been a couple other times he's rated, too, with, like 1,500 to 2,000, maybe even 3. But those were more recent, I think. But I don't know. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like it was around COVID when you started getting into software. Interesting, because I feel like you've only been following this channel, oh, I guess since 2022. Okay. No, that actually fits. Yeah, that February 17th, 2022, that does line up with a Leon raid for sure. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, you're totally right. My bad. Yeah, that was like 2 or 3 months before I moved into this apartment. I can't believe I've been here for like over 4 years now. I definitely need a new apartment. Definitely need to switch up apartment. It's just too hot. I want somewhere with AC, closer to like good music venues. I'll be farther from the best Indian food in the area, but it'll be worth it. There's just like so many other good places to eat in Seattle that it'll totally be worth it. But I'm slacking. Yeah, it's becoming a must-have. Like, it's absolutely necessary here in Washington. It is currently 85 degrees Fahrenheit in this room. We had Riot. No, Radrian. I think it was Radrian. We had one person yesterday on the gaming stream mention that I mentioned CO2 monitors, and they got one for themselves, and they mentioned that they were switching it to Fahrenheit. So I figured, fuck, I might as well. Yeah, no worries, Headless Headhunter. Yeah, I think it's a good community. Like, he's got a Discord that you should probably just join. Let me see if I can find that for you. And if you gotta go, you gotta go. No big deal. You gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, here it is. Join the Discord. It's just right on this website. I will say, hold on, real quick. Just make sure don't be too transactional about it. You know, like they've had some people in the community, like just I don't know, try and be like really like selfishly contributing. So I don't know if you do it right. I don't see why they would be bummed. So yeah, just making sure like they've definitely had people who were kind of shady with like their promotion within the community. And hey, look at that guy. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I think I recognize him. But yeah, later. So then beautiful. 79F there at almost midnight. Oh, at least last night was pretty chill. Yeah, I think I've seen that guy before. But yeah, it's a really awesome event for sure. So yeah, this is Commit Your Code conference in Dallas area, and they got it going again this year too. $50 tickets, dude. It's so cheap. So yeah, if you're anywhere near the Dallas area, this goes for anyone who came in on the raid or any of that stuff. Check out Commit Your Code conference. It is a vibe. I'll be there this year for sure. Oh, and it's only $40, dude. It's even cheaper. And it's going to be at the Capital One campus in Plano. I forget where that is. I'm pretty sure they got like a recommended hotel. I should probably make sure I book. I do the Marriott Bonvoy thing though. So yeah. All right. So picking back up where we are, I got to figure out how to get myself. How do I approve a user? For my staging environment. Don't show it. Okay. Oop. Let me double check that it didn't go to a spam folder or something. No. Cloudflare access, part of Zero Trust. Oh, where was that? I feel like I just saw that somewhere. Damn, this thing's just burning tokens, isn't it? Jeez, dude. Yeah, so it definitely didn't arrive in my email. My guess. Hmm. Okay. Let me double check this
Now,
again.
wouldn't you
And
like
what's up,
to
Owen? Let me get another album
pepper
going,
too?
too. So yeah, shows how much we've been just like yellowing stuff up to up to production, right? Oh. Okay, so I can show this still. Wait, what? Okay, so this is the dashboard. Um, got it. All right, save. Okay, so let me do this one more again. Still waiting for this code. Hmm. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. So, of course, the thing I'm trying to do is degraded performance. You're right. I broke it. It's all me. That's my fault. That's my bad. What's up, Octolide? How you doing? All right, so that's annoying. How are the runs here going? Wait, what? Yeah, Nemotron Nano isn't nearly as fast as I was hoping. Dude, and this is going to need to rerun a second time for the structured output. So this isn't even like the right moment. Yeah, I'm still not getting anything here. Octolad, what's the deal there? Oh, I see. Got it. You were testing the chat interface. Got it. Yes, this is really annoying. The one thing we're trying to use, degraded performance. Do we just yellow it? I think we just yellow it. But yeah, what up, Hacksaw? How you doing over on YouTube? It's like they were smoking weed or something? Maybe. Hacksaw over on YouTube just got off work. Nice. I'm my only paying customer right now. So I'm okay with this. We do still want the staging thing to work. So we're going to have to fix something there. This was something that we were thinking might be useful for deployment. Actually measure how much downtime we might have. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Not sure it's necessary right now, though. All right, so we see that the deploy to prod is kicking off at least. All right, so while we are waiting, all right, we go to Masijo. What else do we want to start kind of kicking off for this? And Valerio over on the YouTube. Usually getting Cloudflare Zero Trust working on your projects takes you an absurd amount of time or amount of testing. Yeah, I haven't used it much. This is really kind of my first time fiddling with it. Like, I know there's plenty of projects where I've tried to log in, and now I'm realizing why it was like a black hole and I didn't get access. Because I think it was misconfigured for other things I've tried to use too, which is always fun. And what up, chat? So 646, what does git patch even do? It just applies a diff, right? Yeah, like, no, we'd still want this to be like command specific. What are you doing with it? Like, we already do cherry pick. We're already doing rebase. I'm guessing you mean literally apply. How much variability is there in the apply command? Like, I need to see like what you're even doing with apply at this point. And what would it gain, right? What would we gain from doing that that we don't already have? Right? Like, it just seems really simple. like a push or a pull. Seems a little too simple. Testing remote stuff. Why would that be useful? You know, like I'm struggling to understand what would be valuable about it. And what would a test look like? So you can go comb the source code right now and see the tests that we do have. I'm pretty sure what we're doing checks the boxes of what you're trying to do. Right, I understand that 646, but how do you think it would generate the patch? Search and replace, right? So what is a workflow that you're using actual apply on? And why not just edit files directly? And again, there is no git patch. There's no such thing. I think you mean git apply, correct? We got to start using the right terms for these. There is no git patch. Dude, Nemotron is so fucking slow, dude. I kind of figured Nano would be fast. Nope, wrong thing. Right? This is kind of what you're saying? All right, so let's double check. How's our GitHub looking? Looks like it finished. We should be up there and totally good to go. Let's see if we broke everything. Dashboard. Continue with the Google. Looks like everything fetches from the API properly. I think we're good, man. So Avalanche is chiming in. Models are bad with line numbers. Are they though? I don't know if I've ever seen someone mention that. Like, I'm less sure. Like, are they actually bad with line numbers? Is that measurable? Is that a thing people have found? All right, so the YOLO of kicking this up to Masijo was worth it. Like, no matter what, it still has to do the lines. Like, if it's bad at line numbers for manual editing, right? Why would a patch be any better? It's the same steps. Determine where to make the change, generate a patch, or just make the change. Either way, it has to figure out the line number. I'm not sure what value that would have. Right? Oh, most editing tools don't use line numbers, but the patch format requires numbers. Oh, so I guess you're saying, yeah, because it's doing like grep and like regex and some of that stuff to find like the edits to make, it has to care less about the line numbers. All right, so let's see what the results here are. All right, rather than just looking at the reasoning, let's actually think about this. Yeah, and I think it just fundamentally doesn't apply to what we're doing as far as apply works because we're not dealing with a file system. We're doing just a single request response, right? Like, it's why we're not testing harnesses. It's why we're not testing anything outside the scope of a single request response. We set up the file system, we generate diffs and do some of that stuff, but as far as the evaluation of the model, it's just here's the prompt, what's the response? Yeah, I don't know. Like 686, you got to defend your feature request a little bit better, you know? Seems like you've gone radio silence on us. Like, dude, the model's being way too fucking flowery and fucking, it's responding glazingly. I'm not sure I trust it yet. We will in a sec. When someone makes a feature request, they're kind of on the hook to explain why they think they need it. You know? Okay, there we go. Nope, that's Avalanche still. Avalanche is defending the feature request or attacking the feature request, but putting more effort into the feature request than the person that originally requested it. That's not cool. That's really not cool. Not on Avalanche's part. On 686's part. Or, right, is it 686? It's 6 something 6. 646. Sorry, I'm a snowboarder. 686 sticks out in my memory. Well, I mean, so as far as this point goes, Avalanche, right? SWE bench, SWE bench, or whatever you want to call it, actually does that. Theoretically. Could that be a hallucination? Maybe. All right, how's our benchmark running going? Nemotron Nano, you're fucking killing me, dude. Sorry, 1 second. All right, sorry. Had to respond to a work thing. Anyway. And dude, Nemotron Nano. All right, I gotta stop using Nemotron Nano for our quick tests. It is just so fucking slow. And it's supposed to be one of the faster ones, too, which is weird. But okay, so let's continue thinking about some of this stuff, right? So what this is already showing me is that we're not clearing out old events. So yeah, let me double check what we got in our linear board, right? This is maybe the next big feature we want to do. But this right here doesn't seem like that's working. And what's up, Talented? How you doing? What's cooking? I mean, me a little bit. It's 85.7 degrees Fahrenheit in this room. Yes, I switched my CO2 monitor to Fahrenheit last night. Yeah. So I do need to go grab some more ice cubes. I hope they're frozen by now. I guess I'll find out. I probably need to grab some more water too. So 94 outside, 72 inside. Makes sense, Talented. AC doing some major work. And yeah, Talented, have you I can't remember if you're down in like this area, right? So the Capital One offices are going to be hosting Commit Your Code conference. Okay, yeah, making sure. So I got my talk accepted, so I'll see you there. But yeah, just wanted to make sure. Just double checking, you know. Yeah, dude, and they're so cheap. $40. Like, you need to convince your boss to spend $40. No fucking way, dude. I'm like, what? But yeah, good shit. Good shit. So yeah, cool. I'll see you there. And yeah, thanks, Ian. Convincing boss for time off and airfare. Yeah, that makes more sense. Touche, touche. Hotel room, all that BS. I get it. I get it. But yeah, Ian. All right. You're gonna get a T-shirt of my face made and make it say "I know CM Griffin" and just walk around with that all day. I'm down. Yeah. I wish. Hold on. I might have to get like a higher res asset for you. Right? Do the that face. Right? I'll have to take some better photos for you. How soon do you need them by? Like that one? That'd be a good one too, right? Ooh, use any other company besides Sticker Mule though. They're owned by a dickhead. Yeah. Yeah, like total MAGA asshole. Nothing wrong with being properly conservative, but I think we can recognize this shit ain't that. You know? Not when we're spending $300 billion to appease a war that we shouldn't have gone into anyway. Oh, yeah. So the company I go through is super good. Customstickers.com. Also, very high quality, like the good shit, you know? Right? Sticker sheets. That's the one I got at least. Like, super high quality. Compared to like the first ones I got from some other fucking shitty company. Like, these are really good. So yeah, just throwing it out there as an option. Keep in mind it's custom stickers, not custom sticker. Oh, well, I mean, what you should be doing there, I guess, like, well, I guess it's tricky. Yeah, for those, you typically want, like, proper decals instead. Remove the decal. Sorry, that's a Coneheads thing. But yeah, I would recommend, like, die-cut vinyl for, like, stickers that need to go, like, outside in some way. Oh, that's not the ones I was thinking of. Hold on. Oh, transfer stickers might be the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, a little trickier to do the transfer. Hold on, are they like full on like colored transfer? Yeah, no, it's like these. Yeah. Yeah, so I would recommend these if you want stickers that'll like last a long time, but you don't get as many like multicolor kind of options. So then it depends like if your logo fits that. Just throwing it out there, like this is whatever company you get them through. But yeah, like definitely multicolor. Yeah, that's tricky. Wonder if they have the ones that are like reverse. Yeah, it doesn't look like they do the reverse kind, which would be nice. Yep. Yeah, no worries, talented. Anyway, I like this company. I've gotten really good stuff out of them. And it's not sticker meal. So that's like an extra feature. Okay. So back to what we're thinking about. That was the last song on the no. This is the last song. But let's get another song going. Should we go crunchy or should we keep it chill? What do y'all think there? Anyone got a preference music wise? Dude, is Nemotron 3 like through just like one company or something? Dude, it's through multiple providers. Why is it so shit? I wonder if it's going through Nebius for some reason. I wonder, man, I wonder if there's a way. What if we tested, or we had like the model figure out how many providers there are for each, or not the model, but the runner, What if the runner checked to see how many providers there were for a model and did its parallelization that way? That would speed a bunch of this shit up. That would speed a bunch of this shit up. You pay for Nitro, the fastest, and you still get Nebius at 13 a second. What the fuck? That's funny. Okay. No. So it's not really like anything that changes. It's just it determines how they do the routing, and that's it. So that makes more sense too. Okay. Yeah, you said keep it chill. Let's keep it chill. All right, so give me a second. I do need to go see if I can get some more ice cubes going, because it is warm. Like it is. It's a hot one. So give me a second. Freezer says no. So yep, ice cubes are not frozen. So H Smith, viewers can use channel points to change the theme of chat. All right, so for this BS, nope, I did not mean to do LS. That's just habit. All right, so here we are. What we want to do is like an OPSX. Oh. All right, there we go. So yeah, explore. All right. So 646 is finally back. Okay, work was needy. Now that's fine. That's fine. Why'd I use Pi instead of Claude Code? Because Claude Code sucks. Notice how Claude Code is the last one in this list for their own model. Claude Code fucking sucks. Why have plugins? You mean like the Claude ones that we tested and fiddled with? Because we tried it out. Duh. What about OpenCode? OpenCode's fine. OpenCode's harness is a little more... It does more, right? Pi is a much more lightweight, clean harness. The main reason I don't use OpenCode for that is because I have OpenCode configured to use my Minimax subscription, and I just don't like changing models when I pop open a various thing, right? So I'm using OpenCode only for when I'm using Minimax, because that's where my subscription is. And I don't want to have to think about it or change it when I pop open a new session. So you might ask, why do I have these .claude files? Because OpenSpec installs to them. Right? Like, it's pretty much part of the default. There's another thing that it was definitely part of the default, and I'm trying to remember what that is. Oh, it's when you're installing skills with skills.sh. Right? With skills.sh, it's like an automatic default thing, and I don't think you can even turn it off. Come on, wait. Yeah. So we're done with that. How do you do background stuff? There's shaders. I guess. I don't think there's actual instructions in here, are there? Nah. Just go search for ghosty shaders and how to add them. Jeez. That's a lot of bullshit you just did all in a row there, NHD. Or NSD, sorry. That was some really needy messaging right there. And then you had to throw in the tabs thing for some reason. I'm gonna time you out. I need 10 minutes without your shitty comments. So wait, what page has the foo? Oh, the FAQ index page is broken. Yep, okay. It's not directly navigable, but it should be fixed, right? And what up, Brainless? How you doing? All right, so for one, or like clarification one, all right, so we want to do both, right? Um, okay, so I think these are good responses for that junk. So it's going to split it into 3 core blog posts. Or not blog posts, sorry, proposals. And hold on, intercom. Isn't that the thing that Salesforce just bought? No. Finn. Ah. Okay. So yeah, Finn is the thing that Salesforce bought. Is it not the entire company? Or did they just completely rebrand, right? Like this is the Finn thing, right? Interesting. All right. Yeah, so it is the thing. I guess companies are still like legacy hosted on Intercom though, which is interesting. Okay, so we got 3 big proposals. So fix broken FAQ infrastructure and massively expand FAQ content. Yep. Yeah, so a lot of this looks good. And then, yeah, let me read 646's stuff here in a second, too. All right, so then this one here, add support documentation. This is the big competitor parity play. Yep. Mention and Brand 24 both have 70 to 100 plus articles. All right, so some things to address first. For number 1, yes, look at the Messijo app. And yeah, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Yes, stock should be a new content collection. Yeah, no, I like that. New content collection. For 3, all right. And then boom, here, SEO structured data. I think this could be a 4th proposal. Okay, so while that's clanking along, all right, we'll pop this open and let's read what 646 provided us. All right, so if you're rolling an edit tool around an LLM, you'll generally go with a format like blah, 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 blah. But if the model can reproduce or can produce structurally sound diffs that can be applied, you get all kinds of features out of the box. You can do things like multi-file changes, renames, copies, deletes, all in a single tool call. Plus, it's atomic, so we're not having to deal with half-baked edits. Hence why you want to know the best model for producing diffs. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I could see that. How about this? 646. I'm going to prompt the clanker along on that. I'm going to need your help validating the tests that it creates. Would that be okay? Because I'm less certain of like what a good test there looks like. And thank you for the follow, SPD Green. Is your last name Green and you work for the Seattle Police Department? But thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I guess the big thing is we just don't have that much that's that deep. Like, we're not dealing with file systems. Yeah, like, it needs to work within a single request response cycle. Does that have value if we have that limitation? Like, what do you think about that? Right? Like, how much more does this just open up other questions, right? Is it going to depend on the language that you do it with? Right? Like, what programming language you're trying to patch? How deep does the test need to get for it? That's why I think it's maybe outside of scope. I think what you're requesting is its own benchmark. And I worry that we're not testing its Git capabilities anymore, and we're testing its like coding capabilities, which is really just outside the scope as well. And that's fine, lazy in spirit, but that's a think thing. How do we verify that? And that's just way outside the scope of what we're trying to do right now. Yeah, I think it's out of scope. I think 646, you got to make your own. But if you wanted to, You could take what I got with GitBench and yeah, like call it Patchwork Bench or something, right? Yeah, I really do think it's outside of scope. Now, my main point is that I think you could probably prompt a better runner from scratch rather than trying to use what I've got. And you may also consider there's another framework. It's the Harbor framework. I was aware of it after doing what I was doing. But this Harbor framework is the one used by a bunch of other like benchmarks, you know? Yeah, I get that lazy in spirit, but that's a gut feeling, you know? Like treating that as truth just doesn't work, you know? So yeah, 646. I guess here's your next question. You're talking about it for like your own harness. This is actually probably closer to being right up your alley. Because if you're going to have your own separate harness, you would want to compare it against other things, right? So then, yeah, being able to like add a custom harness makes it tricky. We already have Lazy in Spirit. The ngrok link is broken, I think, but you can check out the source code right now. You can see it running right here. Yeah, I think this ends up being closer to what you're looking for. Right? Containerizing and doing some of that junk. You know, you could use cloud sandbox providers like some of these. Yeah, I would say this is probably closer to what you'd want to like start from. But yeah, I think you just want to like vibe code out your own thing. And keep in mind, I would like to do some more like CLI, like harness focus tests as well. It's outside the scope for GitBench, but yeah, there's plenty of other things I'd love to see. Like, well, how much does the harness actually impact this stuff? Like, how well do certain harnesses run skills? That kind of thing. I would be really curious about that part. Because I just don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, you're making a bunch of assumptions. You're assuming that creating a patch is less token intensive. I would imagine there's way more spent in reasoning to get that. You know? Like, do you remember the. I don't have this talk handy. Hold on, let me figure out if I can find it. Um, Oh, I did this one on my personal. Damn, I forgot how good this album was. My AI brain dump. Yeah. Do we have this hosted yet? We don't. Lame. Well, let me double check this. Right? So yeah, there's structured output, there's prompted structured output, right? More tokens on the input, right? So it's redundant, yeah? The prompt with extra prompting. 376 total tokens. Without extra prompting, 456, right? So, like, some of this stuff is just really counterintuitive. I'm providing way more on the prompt tokens, 80 characters worth, to tell it to match the JSON. But by doing so, we lower the amount of reasoning tokens by 120. And reasoning tokens are billed as output tokens, and output tokens are 10 times the cost as input, right? It's like some of these things are just, you can't apply regular logic. You have to measure it, right? But I would really kind of point out, like, yeah, the hunch is that something more structured would require less effort and thus less tokens, but that's not the case. At least for this model, the one that I tested. Yeah, I'm not even considering Caveman or Ponytail right now. This is just for a very simple production prompt and output, right? This is what Masijo is running right now. Masijo is doing this exact prompt. Or this exact, like, thing around it, right? See, I guess this was like an example version, but you know what I mean, right? So yeah, like, I don't know. Just in general, if you think about it, okay, and we estimated output reasoning at 5 times the cost. Sure. Right? If we normalize values, right? 74, 126. There's a 52 on the difference there. I think that was some bad math. I needed to show that better. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think that's the biggest thing that I find most important, is that all of these, like, assumptions we make about how models work need to be tested and validated. And this was at least one case where the traditional reasoning, someone said here in chat, like, oh, you could just use structured output, right? You don't need this whole return a JSON object thing with, like, the rules and blah, blah, blah. And we could go find the exact bit, right? But yeah, like the output specification, saying return a JSON object, like all of that, like, blah, right? This rule as well ends up being unnecessary, theoretically, if you just do structured output. But then, based upon what we're looking at, the cost difference massively increases my costs by about 5x, I believe. Well, not necessarily, Vigorge. Right, like, no, you got to think about incentives. What incentive is there for, the frontier model providers to optimize that? They make their money off of billing for tokens, right? So there's a cross incentive there that I wouldn't necessarily assume, like, in the way that you're saying it, right? Like, why would they train that way when it's going to cost them even more money? Like, they won't do it until they have to. They make their money off of tokens, but their focus at the moment is intelligence maxing. I understand that. But that doesn't necessarily, like, back up the argument you just made, in my opinion. Like, I'd need to see some numbers. Again, right? This comes right back to, we got to measure this shit. I understand, Vigorge, but you're making a major assumption about the caveman thing actually making the model stupider. Where's some data to back that up? You know? That's what I'm getting at. You can't make assumptions about any of this shit. You can't use your gut. Right? And even your anecdotal evidence has less value than something that you can measure and reproduce. That's what I'm getting at, Vigorge. And it just comes back down to, you cannot apply logic and reason to these things because they don't use logic and reason themselves. They're a next token generator. The stuff they do defies logic sometimes. Just like the structured output thing. And yeah, what up, Tristan? How you doing over on Twitter? Yeah, and you cannot apply intuition to LLM stuff. You just can't do it. That's the point I'm making. Your intuition is actually probably wrong. You know? Because intuition would say that structured output would theoretically be more token efficient, right? That's the whole point I'm making. You cannot apply logic to these things that defy logic. Logic is not how they work. That's why they're so different from regular programming. Right? They don't use logic to create their results. Why would you think the results would be logical? You know? I think that's the biggest thing I'm getting at. Right? You can't reason someone out of an opinion they didn't reason themselves into. Kind of thing. I know that quote doesn't apply here, but I think it's oddly, like, in parallel with what I'm talking about. But Tristan, why are you over on the Twitter? I mean, you know, either way, doesn't bother me. I don't mind another viewer. But yeah, I don't know. You having issues logging into Twitch or something? So yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of jazz, a bunch of junk in there. But yeah, the structured output thing, I really, really, really need to... Yeah, I really, really need to get that into a blog post. I got a lot of blog posts I got to write for Masijo. Feel like we don't normally see running in text mode stalled like this. We may have a major bug in our runner. But just happened to see I'm live, figured, snuggle up here, you guess. Yeah, either way, Tristan, appreciate you. Thanks for the view. You hate blog posts, but you've been trying. I mean, you hate writing blog posts or you hate reading blog posts? I love to read a good blog post. Those are fantastic. And then lazy in spirit. Machine learning is linear algebra. Yeah, but it's a probability of the next token thing, right? The moment you induce probability and randomness, aka temperature, you've lost any logical next step. Oh, it's fine, Tristan. I don't mind. Wherever you chill is wherever you chill. Yeah, I'm fine with it either way. And yeah, I think maybe similarly, I don't think caveman and ponytail should be considered in the same sentences. They do different things, right? Ponytail is simply about preventing the LLM from making changes it shouldn't. It has no major impact over actual, like, reasoning values, in my opinion. Like, it can reason as much as it wants. It's just when it gets to the output, you do it. You thought machine learning is deterministic. Yeah, you're mixing the training process with the actual, like, inference process. Inference is not deterministic. It has temperature. It's random. You can ask the same question to these LLMs many times and get totally different answers. There's nothing deterministic about that. That's why temperature is a value that you use when querying these things. Now, most providers are removing the ability to change temperature. But yeah, a temperature greater than 0 is non-deterministic. Yeah, if you do a temperature of 0, like, you get really shitty results. Even if they're consistent. It's both reduction? No, definitely not. No. So ponytail is a reduction in, like, actions that it would take, right? Which is fundamentally separate from caveman, which is a reduction in the language it uses to communicate things. Like, nothing prevents ponytail from spinning in reasoning way more to get to the simple output, right? Like, this is an output thing, not a reasoning thing. I'm less sure about caveman. I haven't looked at what, like, the reasoning stuff is with caveman. In general, output tokens are, like, the smallest bit of anything we do anyway, right? It's the reasoning that ends up costing us a lot of money, right? So brainless. Hold up. Those are one and the same in this conversation, right? Output tokens and verbose code output are literally the same thing, right? Now, I'm not saying ponytail was created to decrease output tokens. It is created to decrease unnecessary output, which is equivalent to output tokens in this case. So I guess, yeah, that's the main goal, right? Ponytail is not built for decreasing output tokens, but that is kind of the effect at the end of the, like, steps. It doesn't have any say over the reasoning part in the middle. No, ponytail is not for saving CPU. No, I disagree. Ponytail is for writing simpler code. That doesn't always mean less CPU usage. But that is a good distinction, brainless, right? Ponytail is made for the code output itself. Caveman is made for token usage, right? So there's like a separate goal. Yeah. So JS Lacro, as an example, right? Part of the directives in Ponytail is that it should use a dependency if it exists. But it's theoretically possible that it could write more performant code by not using the dependency and just writing something ad hoc, right? But that just means more code to maintain, right? So it's not CPU usage, it's actually the maintenance burden of new lines of code. That's the more important aspect of that. But what's up, Bob? How you doing? What uses the i7 library? What the hell is i7? Oh, is even. If you have is even installed, it will opt for using that dependency instead. That is part of like the markdown. You can just read Ponytail. It's fucking markdown, dude. None of this stuff is really that crazy. Like you can just read the markdown. You know? I know, exactly, Tristan on Twitter. Read? You can't expect me to read while I'm also trying to see things. What's this about subtitles? Sorry, I'm a big fan of IT Crowd. How dare you? She was in EastEnders. Hey, it's your fault, lady. You took us to a show about talking fannies, and it's just women talking. Next time you take us to a show about talking fannies, there better be talking fannies. They went to a show called The Vagina Monologues. Jen fucked up. I think Jen really fucked up. That was not the crowd you take to the Vagina Monologues. Use the Yagni principle. Well, brainless, not quite, because it doesn't necessarily focus on, like, well, make sure you use the standard library. Do that first. Then after the standard library, make sure you use any dependencies we might have. Like, this is all the rules. Like, you can just read it right there, man. Right? Stop at the first rung that holds. Like, I don't know. It's like pretty bullshitty, right? But does this need to exist at all? If it's speculative, skip it. That's the Yagni. Then there's another. Is it already in the code base? Well, yeah. Use that. Reuse it. Look before you write. Re-implement. What's right? Re-implementing what's a few files over is the most common slop. Standard library does it? Well, yeah. Use that instead. Native platform feature covers it, like input type date? Well, yeah. Use that. Even though technically, no. Input type date fucking sucks. Like, it's really bad. This was written by a backend dev for sure. The built-in date picker fucking sucks. Like, it's so bad. Right? Already installed dependency, use it. Can it be one line? One line. I don't like that one. And only then the minimum code that works, right? So this is the thought process. And really, like, this is what most people should probably be doing anyway, right? Like, this is the thought process you should be going through when you're doing code changes the old way, you know? But Tian, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'll just say 22. What's your question? And Lazy in Spirit, should you cancel Claude and jump ship to Codex? I don't know, man. Why are you asking other people that? You have this wonderful thing called free will. You also have this thing in your head called a brain. I think you should exercise both of those. Uh-huh. I don't know. At this point, a lack of a follow is intentional. I'm going to read into that a bit more at this point. I typically only look at that when someone's annoying me. So yeah, anyway. You hate that there isn't a single prompt that makes the AI generate the most efficient code, no mistakes the first time. Okay. Like, all right, man. Xanar, what's the end goal with it? To make money? Where do I publish my blog posts? It depends on the blog post. If it's going to be something related to Masijo, it'll be posted on the Masijo website. If it's going to be related to something that isn't a product that needs SEO of its own, it'll be on my personal website, chrisgriffing.com. If it's related to GitKraken stuff, it'll be published to GitKraken. You know. So I guess the answer to that question, JS Lacro, is wherever it makes the most sense. So Xanar, I don't know, man. Maybe go check out the website and let me know what I'm missing there. I guess here's the big point, Xanar. There are dozens of other companies doing something similar. So there's already a market. It's not like I'm carving out an entirely new niche. I'm just niching down a bit more to just tech companies right now. But social media monitoring is a major business already. Sure. Why is that? Oh, because of messy. Yeah. Google should be pretty good at the Masijo thing. Like it should promote a domain name just due to like the keyword matching. It used to at least. But yeah, I guess because of World Cup, maybe it's different. Yeah, I'm guessing JS Lacro didn't even like look. I don't know. So you get my website, then you get Messy Joe SoundCloud. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't heard of Messy Joe, but I wonder what their music's like now. Are they like a UK rapper? I'm curious about that now. All right, so yeah, I think the other page probably needs to have its own category of other. FAQs can belong to multiple categories, though. Does that change anything? Yeah, I mean, Reddit coming soon is kind of a lie. I don't have a very clear path to getting that integrated. I do know it's like the most requested one though. So we'll have to figure it out eventually, but I'm thinking that's probably going to be after profitability or other things. Ah, okay. So it thought maybe you were misspelling it. Yeah. Fucking messy. That dude needs to retire already. What a jerk. What a jerk. Should just change his name or something. I'm kidding. Am I speaking at Render ATL? No, I didn't get accepted. They only allow you to do one proposal. I might hit up Justin Samuel. Like, when is Render ATL actually? Hold up. August 12th to 13th. So yeah, there's plenty of time. I should probably reach out now and be like, hey man, any chance of like an influencer ticket? Because they did that one year. $550 right now is pretty solid. Yeah, the early bird would have been nice. I probably should have just bought an early bird. But yeah, like 2 years ago? I think 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was able to get there on an influencer ticket, and that was really fun. It was really cool of them. Like, I still had to pay for myself, you know? What's the difference between these? Open source awards, yep. Yep. Yeah, that was a fun party. First year. I mean, 22? Yeah, dude. Nothing's stopping you. Just fucking do it. Do it already. Why do you need my permission? Why do you need my approval? What is this? Oh, there was a discount code. I don't know where the hell that came from, even. I think it's... Hold on. Wait a minute. So it doesn't do anything. Okay. You absolutely can, 22. The only problem getting in your way is you. You don't need other people to approve what you do, man. You can just build things. Just do it. Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm not positive if I'll be at Render ATL this year. I should probably be reaching out to people. But Atlanta in the middle of August? Ugh. Yeah, exactly, Shaka. That's what I'm thinking. Like, oh god. Oh god. Yeah, dude, it sounds pretty miserable. It's like 2 months away. If I lost like 50 pounds, maybe, maybe I wouldn't be so like insulated for that environment. Not 50, like 30. 30 is reasonable. And I think actually kind of doable. I think 20 would be more doable. All right. When we have a good final but I guess that's the thing, 22. And I'm not trying to like make you feel bad about it. But honestly, like, yeah, I think the number one skill you need in this world, especially for being a software dev, is having that, well, fuck you, I'll do it anyway kind of mentality, right? The compiler is going to yell at you, right? You're going to run into all sorts of problems and issues and not know how to prompt your way out of it or figure out what the actual issue is or whatever, right? And you need to be able to tell the LLM, the compiler, any of these things, well, fuck you, I'll figure it out anyway, right? People that tell you you can't do it should have that mentality. Fuck you, I'll figure it out anyway. That is the number one skill you need as a software dev. Maybe not as harsh, you know. I swear like a sailor, sure. But you know what I mean, right? Like, courage in the face of adversity. If you're going to hit one bottleneck and give up, it's not a good sign, you know? Ah, okay, so there's a schema change to fix. Sure. But yeah, so anyway, 22. I hope that helped. I know I can be kind of a jerk. But I think it's the difference between like toxic positivity and constructive jerkishness. I lean towards the latter. I'm not being a jerk for the sake of being a jerk. I'm being a jerk because I think it's what some people need to hear. Yeah, I would be curious who that is, but I don't want to discuss it here. I don't know. You can send me a DM. I'm a little curious about that. Like I already have a couple hunches. So yeah, I don't know. Message me on Discord or something if you want. If not, it's not a big deal. I really don't want to be throwing anybody under the bus here. Okay. Oh, I wasn't even sure I consider them a streamer. But okay, I totally see that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see that. I didn't even consider them a streamer though. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do think there is such a thing as toxic positivity, you know? Right? When you're like just so positive about it, it sets people up for like not being prepared for failure. And I just think that's an unrealistic like set of like assumptions or like expectations to give people. You know, like you're going to hit failure. You're gonna run into shit that you can't figure out. You don't need someone to give you the answer. You need to figure out how you can solve that yourself. But yeah, like you're going to hit things that make you feel stupid, right? Oh, and that's fine, Dream Only. Yeah, just appreciate you hanging out. Let me put it this way, Shaka. I think they're going for like a Mr. Rogers vibe, though, which I will never fault someone for trying to do. I just think they go over the top with it. Yeah, right? You know? Sure. Yeah. Right. I think just setting people up with the right expectations is valuable. One of my favorite things is like if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? There'd be no value in what we do if it was that easy, right? Like you're gonna hit stuff that's difficult. And your ability to rise above a difficult problem and find a solution, maybe not the best solution, but a solution, that is the skill that I think every dev really needs to focus on, right? Problem solving, because you will hit problems. Yeah. No, I totally get it, Shaka. For sure, man. I think it gets tough though, because sometimes you go the other way too hard, like me. And I think some people would consider Theo does the same. I think Theo's still nicer than I am. But, I think Theo's harsher in his content, whereas I'm harsher in like my personal communication. I need to work on it. Believe it or not, I'm nicer than I used to be. Some people are pressing X to doubt right now, but it's true. I mean, Owen, you above all people should know that I'm nicer than I used to be, right? No, I know. I'm just saying, like. Well, I mean, if you really do think about it, who are the most influential programming content creators for tech? It's probably Prime and Theo, right? So they do have influence. Does that mean all hubris is justified? Not necessarily, but there is definitely some justified hubris there. Obviously, synthwave. No, not even close, dude. Appreciate it, but nah, not even close. It does really like make me stoked when I go to a conference. There's at least a couple people that'll be like, "Oh, dude, I saw your stream," like at some point or whatever. That's a good feeling, you know. I think that's actually like the best version of like fame or whatever, where you're like known within like smaller circles, but you can go to the grocery store and no one knows you. That's a nice feeling, right? It would be miserable, like not even being able to go to the grocery store without, having to deal with a bunch of bullshit. That sounds like a life that just doesn't sound fun. So Shaka, that means you're looking forward to render ATL, right? It's a good one. It's a really fun one. And I think the parties and the hangouts are like some of the best parts. Or were you just asking if I was going because you wanted to like meet up like outside of it? Because yeah, just saying, if you're in the area, you should probably get the ticket now before it bumps up another $200, right? What up, D-Grav? This is Ghosty. This shader is totally broken, but if we look at one of the newer tabs, this shader's less broken. The shader uses a floating point uniform that degrades over time, so you get this like stuttery nonsense. And it starts to get like all pixelated and weird. But I believe we've fixed it to where this is another long-running tab that is slightly better than how it's gotten in some of these other tabs, right? Oh, you mean this here? So this is Pi. We're using GLM 5.2, and the specification generation stuff is OpenSpec. So OpenSpec is the thing that's doing this part. Well, keep in mind, we're using Ollama Cloud, not local. All right, the Ollama subscription is one of the best values, in my opinion. It's $20 a month. I think there's even a free tier. So I'm paying for the $20 tier. And I don't think I've ever fully hit my limits. I think I've hit a session limit. I've never hit the weekly limit. But I do juggle between Ollama, the Minimax subscription, and Codex for the most part. I think I'm still paying for Gemini, but it's just because I keep forgetting to cancel it. I've already canceled Claude. I canceled OpenCode Go because of their monthly limit. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at, DGrav. Like, I get the ability to try all this other shit, and I'm clocking in at less than $100 a month. So yeah, in my opinion, just the ability to try out all the other models, or not all, but like a bunch of other models is hugely valuable. And for $20 a month on Ollama, you get to try basically every open model. I'm only doing the Minimax separately because I like supporting them. And Minimax M3 is really good at doing like vision-based stuff, right? Because it has the image input like modality or whatever. But you can do Minimax M3 through Olama. It's just more like I'll use Minimax M3 when I'm doing like really token heavy things that require a visual input. And then, hold on, sorry. I'll do that with the Minimax one. With Olama, I do that as my like daily driver for most stuff. So GLM52 does most of my work. OpenAI, that model, that subscription is pretty high value too. I tend to just like pick and choose the moments that I reach for it though. So then, real quick, I bet they left. But, hold on, what was their name again? It was purple. Lazy in Spirit. If you're still out there, you'll get a lot more value from me, like prompting-wise, if you're not directly prompting for a thing like that. Right? Like, which thing should I choose? I don't give a fuck. I hate the X versus Y arguments. But ask about my setup, and I don't mind talking a little bit. So there's just a separate thing there, man. I don't like it when people try and make me make decisions for them. I really, really, really dislike it. So yeah, what are we cooking? We're working on a thing called Masijo. And it's more than just blue sky. We should update that command here at some point. Work on cooking some brats? Nah, it's too hot for cooking brats, dude. 86.5 degrees Fahrenheit right here in this room. No, thank you. I think tonight's probably like a steamed dumpling night because the steamer is very small and doesn't retain the heat nearly as much as like an oven or something else would. And you don't want me cooking brats anyway, Slip Second. Right? I do them in the oven. And then Tristan, why is my room so damn hot all the time? Well, it's easily a good like 5 to 7 degrees hotter than ambient temperature outside. As the temperature gets up to the 90s, that number like shrinks and goes to maybe like 3. But basically, I have one stream PC, my gaming PC, 4 battery backups, 3 monitors, a camera, a mini monitor, a laptop, all in one room. If I ever get a house, all this, like most of this equipment would be in like a room over. I don't have an NAS. With a piece of paper? No. What you need is like the palm fronds on a fucking stick, right? Duh. I don't. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Mac Mini. Yeah, I got the Mac Mini there too. So yeah, there's too much shit on me, man. We're gonna start with number 4 here. Have I tried a Mac Studio? Do I look rich? do I look like I'm made of money? Like I just sneeze $100 bills? Palm fronds. Chat, feed me a grape. Yeah, exactly, Slip Second. Nailed it. Yes, I'm using OpenSpec with, technically, hold on, Memphis, this is a cloud version of Olama. So it's just GLM 5.2 from any cloud provider, right? The Olama part is just the subscription. And casually flexing? I don't know about that, dude. I mean, I did replace my GPU last year or the year before because I was still on like a 1080 from like 2018. So now I'm on a 5070. And the only reason I did was because there were certain games that I couldn't play because they required ray tracing. Like the Indiana Jones game. That one required ray tracing. And then the Doom, like the latest Doom also required ray tracing. So I had to upgrade it. I think I did it last year. I don't remember. It blurs together. Yeah, the Doom, like the medieval one, which was really good. I just never finished it. It's not like my favorite game loop. It gets kind of boring after a while, and the story just doesn't carry it as much as I would like. I'm very like story driven when it comes to games. If the gameplay loop doesn't get me. Dave the Diver is my favorite game of the past like 3 or 4 years. However, though, because the gameplay loop is super chill, like, you know, just going out fishing and then like doing the sushi part. And then it also has a fun story. You play League of Legends? Yeah, I'm a Singed main, so you probably, you know, I get it if you leave. Totally understandable. Only thing worse was if I said I'm a Teemo main, right? All right, so while this is kicking, how's our GitBench run? Still going. Okay. Cool. So whatever thing it was paused on isn't a big deal right now, so we're good there. So we'll let that keep ticking along. I do regret using Nemotron Nano because it is so damn slow. The video for my game style? Wait, what do you mean about that? Huh? What? Cheapest way to go? I don't know, man. Like, you just need to do the... Just try it, right? It'll cost you $20 to try it for a month. Right? Like, just try it, Memphis. If you don't like it, then don't do it. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that, Treat Centini. Trying OpenCode Go? Yeah, the problem with OpenCode Go is you're most likely going to hit your monthly limit within a week or two if you're using it as your daily driver. There is no monthly limit on the Olama cloud. There's just session and weekly. I pretty much have decided I refuse to use anything with a monthly limit at this point. Just do it session or weekly, set it up accordingly, and that's it. Like, it's just not worth the effort. We tried Mimo, like, directly, and they had a monthly limit, and we hit that monthly limit in, like, 3 days. On the $20 tier. Like, yeah. So, no, thank you. I think I get more usage out of the Minimax Direct subscription, but I don't recommend that to most people just simply because being able to like switch between models is hugely valuable, right? As a new model comes out, you can try GLM 5.2, right? You can try Minimax if you want, or Kimmy, or Nemotron Ultra, or Gemma, Quen, whatever. You can try all this shit. DeepSeek V4 Pro, which is another solid model, right? So just having options, I consider that to have a lot of value. If you don't value that, then there's other shit you could try. I don't know, man. All right, so we're running there. We're running there. Oh, all tasks complete already? Okay, let's double check it. Let's see how it did. Mm. Okay, so there's a lot more work to do here. Okay, it did cook on some of this, though. I think the confidence score is bullshit. Because we don't show the confidence score. Okay, so yeah, a bunch of these pages that are linked to with the read more, we want to expand on those. I'm not sure that's correct. I don't think we're doing encryption at rest right now. So how do team invites work? Yeah, we might want to do like an invite link. No, I like the email because, yeah, we still want the email validated. Yeah, we're going to leave that that way. Okay, yeah, I'll allow it. I'd say expanding upon the content is really like a separate step. All right, our GitBench run is still ticking along. Didn't expect it to take this long, actually. Yeah, we got to get rid of Nemotron from that list. It's just too slow. All right, so let's do 3. All right, we're going to work this up from the bottom. All right, so while that's ticking, let me dump whatever this stale garbage is. There's like breadcrumbs or something in there. Gross. Ew. All right, so I'll be right back. Oh, but this album just ended. Hold on. Let me make sure we get another album going. We will stick with some chill music. Yeah. All right. So BRB, let me see. Hopefully these ice cubes are done freezing. If not, I'm going to be pretty bummed. But yeah, I need more water, more ice cubes, damn, all the things. My water poured. I don't have any ice cubes frozen yet, though. Gotta pee. Sorry. Ooh, all right. And ooh, now this part. I'll just do commodity whiskey for now. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the week? My birthday is on Saturday, which I think means whiskey. Pretty sure it means whiskey. And then yeah, we got any golfers out there? Yeah, I messed up. I meant to get the Drytech V2, which is a little annoying. But yeah, I picked up some Win Drytech grips. This is a mid-size. I got the standard size too. I don't have large hands, but I do kind of like a slightly bigger. Well, I don't know for sure. I think I like a slightly bigger like grip size, but we'll find out. I think the bigger grip size kind of like helps with making sure I'm like gripping with just like the four fingers, you know? All right, you want to keep it like lightweight. It's where it's like just these are like applying the pressure. You don't want to like grip, you know? And thanks, Axor. Yeah, I'll be 42 years young. So yeah, Bob, you're trying Open Code Go as well. Makes sense. I think more than anything, it depends on your model. Like, which models are you using? Because they're just proxying to other people's things too, you know? All right, so we've got Masijo clanking on the marketing page, which I'm okay with. We've got GitBench running. And we're just waiting for Nemotron to finish up. Is there some other stuff we should start building out, right? Oh, yeah. Some of these bugs would be worth it to fix. Yeah, I don't want to change too much about Masijo while we got the marketing clanker clanking. Yeah, what would an AI skills testing framework look like? And this could be kind of fun, right? Like maybe for this one we end up doing the dude, I might have to ditch the beanie. For this one we might end up doing the harbor framework stuff. Let's double check it. And let's refresh that just in case. So hold on. Harbor framework. And it does look like they're maintaining it. Right? It's probably vibe coded, but I'm not sure that's a problem. And oh shit. I need to log into Devin to cancel my subscription so it doesn't go twice. Let's do that. Renews in 4 days. Yeah, we're going to do that. So yeah, we had the expensive Devon plan. Okay, pending. So we could still maximize the usage out of it if we really wanted to. Yeah, I like that idea. What is the thing that we were building with it before? Oh, the Shad CN skeuomorphism thing. Yeah. And neomorphism or neumorphism would probably be like it. But I want to turn like a smarter clanker onto it. I think their SWE 1.6 model kind of sucked. Yeah, so All right. So here's what we'll do. I kind of want to start it back up with Spec Kit again, though. And I want to see how far it gets us towards what we're actually trying to do, you know? Like if we use a better model. And that's maybe the only... That's maybe the only way we're going to be able to like really evaluate SWE 1.6 because it's not in any of the major like benchmarks. But it did seem to me like it had really bad design sense. It built stuff in a weird way. Why's this thing taking forever to close? Hello, McFly. Oh, I had to do a full-on kill. Murder, death, kill. All right, so... Right, like I do really want to evaluate Spec Kit, right? Okay, so we'll make a directory. Okay, so... What do y'all think? Should we use Opus for this? We should probably do 5.5. Because I'll switch to Codex after. Dude, any of these with promos? Interesting. Seems like the Devon subscription isn't that bad of a deal either. Right? You'll get a whole bunch of like promo tokens for cheap. Woo, start with a yawn. Should we flip a coin between GPT-5.5 and Opus? I had a coin. I don't know where it is now. Whatever. We'll do GPT-5.5. Damn, doing it on fast mode is crazy. We'll do extra high for the planning phase. We can probably like knock it down to high later. Man, yeah, what's up, Robster? How you doing? Yep, yeah, we got 3 things vibing at the moment. I'm pretty sure, technically this one's not vibing, it's just running the benchmarks, which we can't really do anything with yet. But yeah, this is for some marketing page bullshit, like documentation for Masijo, etc. Probably going to need to put some work in on it. Yeah, we're doing these kind of backwards from what we wanted. But yeah, so that one, this is fully vibing, but it's marketing page bullshit, so who cares, right? And that's fine, Rob. I would say make sure you're prompting for various things that tend to bite like zero experience coders when they go live. Right? Security, OWASP bullshit, things like that. Learned a lot just looking at the code? Maybe. Learning is something that you can recall, right? So would you be able to articulate your learning? If not, learning is maybe too strong of a word. But that, that doesn't mean anything. Keep trying, man. It's fun. I'm like building shit. I love it. I think one of the best things to recognize is that you will always look back on things that you built and realize how little you knew. Right? So even if it feels like you're learning a lot right now, in 6 months, you're going to look back and be like, man, I didn't know shit. And that's a forever thing. Maybe Robster, but that changes based upon language, framework, etc. There's a lot, like there's some common stuff, right? Like loops and if statements and blah, 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 right? Like basic logic. But then so much else changes depending on the programming language, the framework, etc. So the thing you're really going to need to learn is the similarities between a bunch of different things. And you're going to be wrong about it for a long time until you start being more right about it. But that's part of the process. That's the fun part. I don't know why that heavily reminded me of Dumb and Dumber. I got worms. Okay. That's going to be the name of the shop. Oh. All right. So yeah, without context, I'm not sure what to do with that information. Uh-huh. All right, so hold on. We kicked off. Yeah, there's only one active in progress change, so it just started off with that immediately. Perfect. All right, so yeah, this one's kicking off. This one. That's right. You're new here. What am I doing? Well, first, how do I pronounce your name? Is SR like Senor? So are you Senor Carves? Or is the SRC like source? I don't know what Arvs means in that context. It is Senor Carves. Hey, once again, I am the best at guessing people's names. We'll throw this out there just in case you don't have to do anything. But if you do end up having people like having trouble pronouncing your name, if you did this, people would totally get it. Or at least like they would understand at least the separation. Maybe not that it's Senor, but it's at least like, well, Carves. Sure. So just throwing that out there. You can change your capitalization once every 30 days. You don't got to do nothing. I'm just throwing it out there as an option in case you didn't know that you could do that. But anyway, Senor. The thing we're building, we're doing a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. Here's one. Here's another. And then the thing we're doing right now is we are trying out SpecKit for generating a new project. We tried generating this project with Devon and their SWE 1.6 model. And that model left a lot to be desired. We don't necessarily have a good way of measuring how good it is at things, because I don't think we can access it via API. But I would love to see like how smart it actually is at various tasks. But we don't have that data, so I'm not sure. It does seem like a less capable model, but I don't have anything to back that up. At the bare minimum, it seems like it's really not great at like front end stuff. So anyway, we're redoing the Devon thing because I got 4 more days of my Devon subscription because Nadir Dabbit, one of the people that works at Devon, gave me a bunch of free tokens to try it out. And when I say free tokens, like the max plan for like a month. We kind of fell by the wayside on that while I was doing other stuff, but also I was just kind of maybe not getting a lot of value out of the SWE 1.6. I was having to like reprompt it in so many different ways that it was annoying. So now we're going to kick it off with GPT-5.5 with extra high thinking for at least like the planning phases and the like creating our constitution. I don't like that it didn't actually quiz us for generating the constitution. It just took the folder we're in and ran with it. So yeah, once again, SpecKit kind of bums me out in that it doesn't establish a dialogue. Right? It's just taking it and running with it. It didn't even ask us what we wanted. So yeah, there's like some other tools I want to give a try to, right? Because I do like the spec-driven development idea. OpenSpec so far is my absolute favorite for brownfield applications, right? Like not brand new. As far as like greenfielding things, man, BMAD was pretty fun. GSD2 was all right as well. And both of those did feel like they like asked us what we were looking for. Whereas like SpecKit just kind of like runs off and does its own thing. So I'm not a huge fan of SpecKit so far. But, you know, the whole point is to try these. There are other spec-driven development frameworks that I want to try. There is Paul, the plan, apply, update loop. Right? It seems fairly interesting. There's another. What's the name of it? Superpowers. I also have not had a chance to try GStack. I think I am most skeptical of GStack. But yeah, Superpowers is really like the sub-agent driven development process that I think I might be missing from some of these other things. Where some of these others are more like they feel manual, where you're like kicking them off. Let's see if we can find some others. Awesome spec driven development. Here we go. So yeah. Oh, and that was a blog post. Yeah. Oh, see, that's probably something I'm missing. Yeah, I typically just do the apply with like the direct like thing that we're building. I'm not sure the sub agents would help that much, but yeah, you're probably right. I need to be doing more of that. So yeah, good call, Costas. And hold on, Costas. I'm almost positive I've said this, but like your name reminds me of like Bob Costas, right? The ESPN dude. Specifically from like basketball. Right? Like, hold on. I'm trying to remember some of his good lines from that movie. I'm pretty sure I'm saying is it's Costas with an A. Okay. Quotes. And joining us in the booth this evening, big fan of basketball, Tony Nocilino, who plays, as you know, Latino cut-up Scooter on the new hit comedy series, What's the Difference? Airing between Recycled Junk starring Lisa Campbell and Same Old Crap featuring teen heartthrob Mark Swenson. All part of the great fall lineup on our networks, Who Gives a Rat's Ass Thursdays. I did. And like some of these are so good. You've never seen basketball? Oh, it's really fun, dude. I think you'll like it. I don't know. Do you like Airplane? Because the producers are the same producers of Airplane, right? Zucker Brothers. It's the South Park guys as like the writers and the Zucker Brothers as the producers. It's one of the greatest films ever made. But also kind of shitty. You know? What an unfortunate thing to happen on Dozen Egg Night. It is similar. Yeah, makes sense. Yours is probably Costas then, right? Whereas his is very Americanized. Costas. Now, hold on. Spec-driven development with AI. Do they list any of these other things? They list Spec Kit, of course. Yeah, no, so it's just a blog post to shill their own thing, which I totally understand. Ugh, fucking okay. I like using AI in dev for certain things. I fucking hate AI generated illustrations like this. It's just so soulless. Like if you're gonna go soulless, right? Like, you know, I'm not any better. We look at Masijo. Right? Like, you know, these are soulless, but at least it's like it's our soulless. You know, like it at least like looks like it fits, right? I'm sure it's not much better. But dude, I really hate like the Ghibli bullshit or whatever, right? Like this. I'm just not a fan. Yeah. Just not a yeah, I don't know. Yeah, AI art is weird, you know? At least with that other thing, I had to go through a bunch of iteration to kind of like get it where I want it. But I guess that, you know, same thing with what they got here. I'm sure they didn't get this right first try. Do you think they one-shotted this? I don't think they one-shotted this. The way I'm looking at it with Masidro.com is those illustrations are a placeholder until I can pay someone better to do that shit. Whereas I don't think there's ever a time where they're going to be like, yeah, we're going to replace this with like with real art. I don't think that's ever a plan for this. But for me, like, dude, if I could just get some VC funding, ooh, yeah, there'd be a designer with a job. Because I am so shit at design. You know? But at least the AI can jump in there and give me something that can fill a void. But yeah, so we're currently looking at some of these, right? Like, so specification tools. Get shit done, we've done. Open spec, we've done. I haven't looked at Quint code. Spec kit, we're trying. BMAD method, we've done. And I quite liked. It was actually really not bad. Moai ADK. Honestly, anything with Moai in the name reminds me of like the Moai game framework. You guys remember that? I doubt it even works anymore. Yeah, the website's done. But this like game dev framework from back in the day, like ages ago, like super fucking old. I did really enjoy using it. Like this was nice for like making mobile capable like Lua based games back when the alternatives were like, well, I mean, I guess still like Love 2D is solid. The Corona SDK, I mean, sorry, not that. They changed their name to Solar 2D for some reason. Anyone have any guesses as to why they changed their name? They did it around like 2020 for some reason. Anyway, let me get more music on. Let's do something a little crunchier. God, man, my arm is just super itchy right now. I guess the psoriasis kicking up again. But what up, Jeffro, Mr. Sir? And ooh, what is that icon? Oh, streamer awards. Okay, I don't feel like I saw that you had that before. But yeah, the reason I like the Moai SDK, and we'll probably even see some shit in here about like who the contributors were. Let's look at this list. I'm curious about that. Nah, it's not going to be obvious. Well, anyway, open spec is helpful for you. That's great, man. That's awesome. Yeah, we're currently like looking at the list of others that might exist as well. But let me try and remember it. Harebrained schemes, I believe. No. Shit. Not harebrained schemes. Fuck. No, Harebrained Schemes is one thing. That's not the game, the company I'm thinking of. But yeah, they're awesome because they're based here in Seattle. Like, they're really fucking cool. But what's the fucking company? Hold on. This is how we'll get there. Monkey Island. I think it was Tim Schafer. Yes, Tim Schafer. Double Fine Productions. That's the company I'm thinking of. Double Fine Productions was one of the main companies behind Moai. And I'm a huge fan of Double Fine simply because, like, dude, Monkey Island was amazing. I'm a huge fan of Tim Schafer and Ron Gilbert and all those guys. Double Fine, right, created Psychonauts, Brutal Legend, whatever, and they were using the Moai SDK right here. Boom. And yeah, like they used it to make that like Middle Manager of Justice game and some other things. So yeah, just because I'm a huge fanboy, I used Moai back in the day to try and make some shit. Nothing that ever like made it, but that was where I first started messing with Lua, like trying to build mobile games using it. But yeah, anyway. I get distracted easily. I enjoy that about myself, actually. So yeah, Moai ADK, which is a separate thing. Oh, so it's binary based, which is interesting. Interesting. So yeah, the Moai thing could be really, really fun to mess with too, just for the sake of it. Yeah, okay. Someone's like burning something outside. It smells like almost like a gas leak. Kind of like burning. Hey, whoever's out there, don't burn down the fucking building. Trash fire? No, I think it's someone doing some barbecuing. Let me double check one thing. Well, that's especially not good because no one's using the actual barbecue that's outside. So yeah, someone might be burning the building down. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at it. But yeah, what's up, Kevin? Haven't seen you in ages, man. What you been up to? Doing anything fun for the summer or any of that stuff? And how's Ferryman going? I'm guessing you're probably up at you're over the 1K mark, right? Like MRR. You up at like 15 hundo, 2K yet? I think I saw your tweets about being over 1K. Or you were at least on pace. And Perma Online, it's funny you would call it a trash fire because pretty much every snowboard person would call it hot garbage. Because there's a snowboard trick called hot garbage. The snowboard trick called hot garbage is when you're going and you do a front side board slide, but you like crank it over the 90 instead of going just like 90 degrees. Get more people onboarded, sitting at 1.2K MRR. That's fucking huge, though, dude. That's so cool, man. Right? Like, dude, that's huge. You're basically going on a trip that Ferryman has paid for at this point, right? And I know you're not using those funds directly, but it's like, yeah, you got that coming in. It can justify an expense from elsewhere. So yeah, that's fucking cool, man. I'm really happy for you. You're gonna do a little traveling soon, though. How about me? Any plans? I got a ticket for Chain React. It's a business expense. Yeah, totally. I mean, you're going to like some other country and you're gonna like you're gonna talk to influencers or something, right? Or you're flying out to where Levels IO lives, and you're totally gonna talk to him about it, right? About him like investing, maybe. I get it. That makes sense. And why do I say Levels IO? Because that dude's all over the place in like very cool, interesting locations. Maybe Thailand right now, maybe Portugal. Who knows? But yeah, so I got my birthday on Saturday, 5 days from now. That may be a bit of a hectic day. Oh, right, Revikin? Dude, I didn't see that. That's terrifying. Heavy breathing. Heavy breathing. But yeah, so birthday on Saturday. End of July, I'm going to be at Chain React. I'm going to be 42. Over the hill. I believe that's like the crest of the hill. I'm like 85 in snowboarder years, you know. So yeah, Chain React end of July. I'm considering reaching out to someone to see if I can get an influencer ticket for Render ATL. It is, yeah. Yep. The 27th. Same day of the month every year. It's crazy. It's pretty nice how consistent that is. And yeah, a Saturday birthday in this economy? Shit. In this economy? Ugh. I'm gonna have to pace myself. Because you know we're probably gonna send it on Friday night too, right? Good little pre-birthday. Maybe I just go party in Seattle Friday night. That could be a thing. We'll see. Make sure I take the train in. But yeah, Render ATL could be fun in August. And yeah, I got to make sure I apply for JS Nation and React Summit with various talks. I got to make sure I also apply for Git Merge, which is in Portugal. And I got a sign off from my boss saying, like, yeah, if I get accepted for Git Merge in Portugal, company will pay for it. Like for most of these other conferences that are like here in the country, like it's pretty much like a no-brainer, but for going like international travel, oof. Yeah, so wanted to make sure I had approval for that one before I had to bow out because I don't think I can afford to do that out of my own paycheck. And I'm an adult now. I actually have a passport. Pretty cool. Pretty happy about it. And I got it soon enough that the only asshole's picture in it is mine. Or in it or on it. Actually, no, there's some weird illustration here. Okay. Well, how about portrait? Yeah, the only asshole's portrait in there is mine. I do have my real ID as well. You needed that last year to be able to, like, fly anywhere here in the US. So, yeah. Yeah, I've had that for a while now. All right, so here we go. Suggested commit message. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. All right, so we'll do that just so we have it. And then, yeah. Are we specifying architecture like using PNPM yet? Or is that a different scope? All right, and then let's check on this BS. Yeah. We were like pretty passive aggressive with it, weren't we? All right, so what else do we need to make sure we absolutely specify here? That makes sense, Revikin. Do you happen to remember who that was? I feel like I've seen a bunch of people promoting that kind of workflow, but everyone kind of has their own thing. Like, the funniest part to me is when people say, like, well, I don't use plan mode. I just do a prompt and then add at the end of it questions. No worries, Kevin. Yeah, no stress, dude. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. And yeah, do you play any games? Yeah, we can chat about gaming when you come back or whatever. But yeah, no worries, man. Oh, a random TikTok. So here's what I would say. Anything you see on TikTok is probably regurgitated from someone's tweets or some blog post or something someone read. The amount of like original content on TikTok is like a margin of error. You know? Nah, dude. TikTok is where people go to regurgitate other people's shit. Like I really do not think there's any original thought happening around tech on TikTok. Anything you see is probably a few days late at the minimum, right? A few days after it was published elsewhere. Like similar to how Trash Dev, I don't know if you're familiar with Trash Dev, similar to how Trash Dev built his entire like 50,000 follower base by just reposting memes from Reddit to Twitter. Oh, there you go, Slip Second. Yeah, that's like thrice chewed food. Otherwise known as gumbo. Boom, roasted. It's like that whole cytogenesis thing. I think that's an XKCD, right? Yeah, here it is. Cytogenesis, where citations come from. Cytogenesis step 1. Through a convoluted process, a user's brain generates facts that are typed into Wikipedia. The scroll lock key was designed by future Energy Secretary Stephen Chu in a college project. A rushed writer checks Wikipedia for a summary of their subject. U.S. Energy Secretary Stephen Chu, Nobel Prize winner and creator of the ubiquitous scroll lock key, testified before Congress today. Surprised readers check Wikipedia, see the claim, and flag it for review. A passing editor finds the piece and adds it as a citation. Google is your friend, people. Step 4. Now that other writers have a real source, they repeat the fact. References proliferate, completing the cytogenesis process. And then if we mouse over it, I just read a pop science book by a respected author. One chapter and much of the thesis was based around wildly inaccurate data which trace back to Wikipedia. To encourage people to be on their toes, I'm not going to say what book or author. It's all of them. Like, it's fucking all of them. Right? Now, this is old enough, right? When was this actually published? I wish we, like, dude, it's a triple digit XKCD. Damn, this is from like 2012. Holy shit, dude. Could we look at the metadata and know? We inspect. Nah, we don't see the metadata there. Yeah. I bet it's fucking ancient. I hate how publish date isn't part of like the open graph metadata though. That shit bums me the fuck out. Like, dude, publish date is one of the most important things about any piece of content ever. Like, I fucking hate a blog post that you read and it's incorrect for now, but it was right 8 years ago. But they don't have a fucking date on the blog post. So how do you know? Well, you have to understand the thing they're talking about more than the article assumes you do. Which is just, hold on. It's a false economy. Shit, what did I steal that from? That was in some show. It's a false economy. IT crowd. It's the Dragon's Den episode, right? I gotta double check this now. Ah, that's it. It's a false economy, and an ill-fitting bra is a bad bra. Yeah, it's definitely from the Dragon's Den episode. I'm that good. I am just that fucking good. All right, so you're saying, what if we looked at the headers, network-wise? Will it blend? $2011. All right. At least the last modified date. Yeah, look at the big brain on Swiss Tourist. So I was dead on balls accurate with the 2012, right? Like I was so close. Like that's a rounding error. I'm just that good, man. I'm just that fucking good, dude. Oh, the Explain XKCD has it? Oh, okay. So it's like so close to 2012 that I'm a genius. Got it. Nailed it. Following this comic, the Scroll Lock and Stephen Chu articles were both vandalized by helpful editors trying to project Randall's reality on Wikipedia. That's fun. That's fucking good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so hold on. Did I miss a bunch of stuff? So you don't use plan mode. There are planning phases, but it's managed without the plan mode. Also, always running unrestricted YOLO, etc. mode, but in technically contained environments. In your opinion, this works well? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. That's a lot of shit. So, yeah, I get it. Let me put it this way. The people that said they don't use plan mode didn't say that verbatim. They said they don't use planning when they do their AI prompting or whatever, right? I believe Tanner Lindsley and Ryan Carniato both had tweets to that effect. But they both also said, but I also just like add to the end of my prompt questions or ask me about things. And it's like, dude, that's planning. That's fucking planning. You know? That's fucking planning. So yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Swiss Tourist. I'm not saying like plan mode is the only way of doing planning, but people that say they don't use planning with AI are almost categorically wrong in every instance because they do some form of it. They just don't use the exact thing that people talk about. And I find that to be splitting hairs, in my opinion. Let me just point out, like, those dudes are fucking awesome, right? They're great. Tanner Lindsley and Ryan Carniato are really fucking cool. I got to listen to those two dudes chatting at JS Nation last year. They added multiple wrinkles to my brain just listening to them talk about, like, server-side rendering. And, like, the different approaches they both take in their respective frameworks. Like, dude, that was really fucking cool. They wrinkled my brain. But I was sitting there right next to him. You know, Scott Talinsky had like gotten up, like he was hanging out for most of it, but he ended up leaving. And it was just like, you know, these two there, me right there, and then like a couple other people. But I was there like right in front of them. So it ended up being like when Ryan wasn't directly addressing Tanner, like, he'd be chatting with me. Like, it was so cool, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I fanboyed the fuck out. All right, take it easy. And then, because I was doing like the MC thing at JS Nation last year, like me and like 3 other people, it's not like I was the sole MC kind of shit. It meant that I got to like interview some people after their talks. I got to chat with Ryan Carniato after his talk. I got to do the interview thing with why am I spacing? Fuck. I want to say Aeronota, but no, the other dude. The dude. Fucking Adi Osmani. That's it. It starts with an A. That's why. And I think they're both Indian, right? Anyway. Yeah, I got to interview Adi Osmani after his talk. I got to interview Jared Sumner after his talk. Like, 3 of the coolest talks. I got to be like the Q&A. And when I was talking with Ryan after his talk, like I mentioned, like, yeah, and Ryan streams, blah, blah, blah. Like I mentioned that he streams, what time of day is that typically? And he said, and then he like added totally unprompted, like, yeah, like I tend to end like earlier, so I never get a chance to raid you. And it was like, oh shit. Ryan knows about my stream? Like, dude, that was a crazy moment. Yeah, dude, that was a crazy moment. I mean, it's a small world as far as streamers go and everything, but dude, that was just a really cool moment. So yeah, anyway. I forgot how we even got on this sidetrack, but I don't know, it was fun. Oh, I forgot to commit the Constitution. Wait. I would say this is a chore. All right, so using Finger back in the early days of the internet to view .plan files. What were .plan files? I am completely unaware. Back when Mosaic was the only web browser. So this is like before Git, right? All right, this is before Jira. This is before a bunch of that shit, right? It's where you only had things like Bugzilla, you know? Maybe even Bugzilla didn't exist at the time. Oh, BBS times. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am unfamiliar with the .plan context. Well, take it easy, Slip Second. Let's not get too fucking gross, all right? Take it easy. That's my job. All right, so spec kit. We did the init. We generated the constitution. And realistically, I could have provided an actual, like, I could have provided some direction, and that would have been valuable. Jesus. 86 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so we want to do the specified thing. Hold on. Why am I hearing Adam Sandler say old balls? Is that from Big Daddy? No. Yeah. Wait, no. What movie does Adam Sandler say, like, old balls talking about his, like, ex girlfriend or whatever that's with an old dude? What movie is that? Oh, Piece of Shit Car is a solid song. That's a good reference. Yeah, yeah. I always think of, like, The Goat, and they're all gonna laugh at you. But yeah, for sure. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This is important now. Old balls, Adam Sandler movie quote. It is Big Daddy. Yeah. Because it's the ex with the super old guy. It was Big Daddy. Damn right. Nailed it. I'm just that good. I'm just that good. Nailed it. So I don't have photographic memory. I have sonographic memory. For some reason, like, I hear these movie quotes. Like, not literally, but you know what I mean. All right, let me get more music going. Hey, I'm old too, guys. I remember playing Ultima Online with a 56K modem. I think that counts. I'm pretty sure that counts. Right? It's like the IT crowd episode, right? Do you remember the internet in these days? Up all night and you'd see 8 women. Yeah, I think I'm easily just like a good 5 to 10 years younger than you guys. Ansi for the win? Oh, see, I'm not sure about that reference. I do remember within the past like 30 years having arguments with my dad about character encoding because he's a mainframe man. And he's a big fan of EBCDIC instead of ASCII. He calls the internet ASCII trash. It's not quite like that, but yeah. No, I get what you mean. And then Rich Gillen, you like the spec kit review? Yeah, I mean, I'd consider it less of a review, and I'm just like trying to figure it out, you know. Yeah, so Rich over on YouTube, what other like spec driven development toolkits have you used? I'm curious about that. The next one I want to do is Paul, right? Plan, apply, update, loop. It's fine, Rich. Like, it's not a big deal. Don't feel stressed. Yeah, fucking iPhone and Saki. There you go. GSD is the one you've done. So I heard like a crazy horror story about GSD. So there's like the original Get Shit Done or whatever. But I heard the dude that did it. Yeah. So I guess the guy that made the original Get Shit Done did some kind of like crypto rug pull and then fucked right off and like vanished. So now it's at OpenGSD for GSD Core, which seems nice. But then how does this relate to like GSD 2? Right? A crypto rug pull in this economy? So then OpenGSD, GSD Pi is the new thing. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so yeah, OpenGSD. That makes sense. Yeah, I do wonder. Top Google search for deep sui is a typo squat? Of course it is. Just not the actual deep sui. I'm so curious about that. Oh shit, hold on. I mean, for me, the first place is the first place, but you're talking about like is this it? Is this the typo squat? No, it's like Google knows, right? I'm using Chrome right now, so like all that shit's like tied to my profile and all that. The .net's your top hit, and this is like the bullshit site. What the fuck is Valacor? That sounds extra spammy. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, that was probably malware. That was probably some bullshit. All right. Well, continuing along. Yeah, and really, hold on. We're doing this whole specify thing. And wait, why are we only getting 272,000 tokens for GPT-5.5? I don't know. I'm not sure. I thought it was 1,000,000. I thought it was solely 1,000,000. Yeah, it's a fucking million, dude. Why the fuck would it only be 272K? What are you doing that with? As far as I know, 5.5 doesn't have a codex model. Right? You can run it in codex like the CLI tool. Like, what tool do you have that in? Well, from Codex CLI? Really? How do you see the value? You're not wrong. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. So they charge you a fucking surcharge. That's right. That's right. I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that. Yeah, they charge you more per token when you go above the 272. The 258 that we see is the 272 minus like all the other bullshit. That makes sense. Now I get it. That makes more sense. Input token costs double from 2.5 or $2.50 to $5 per million input tokens. That's pretty shady. That is pretty fucking shady, dude. Holy shit, man. Just when I thought I couldn't dislike them anymore, they pull me back in. Like, dude, Jesus Christ. No. It's available. No. It's definitely something, but they will like deduct from your like available tokens at like double the rate as well. Right? So in general, Swiss tourists, just think about like the token cost that we see that they're charging per token is actually deducted from your like balance per 5 hours and per week, right? You deduct more from that balance when you go above and you get into like the million, right? Like when you go above the 258 or whatever, right? That's what that actually means. Like they're saying API rate, but that's like a fuzzy thing. They will let you go above that with the subscription, but they're going to start like killing your usage way quicker, right? Yeah, so same kind of logic between like, well, no, actually, the logic for effort levels is actually separate. That's just the amount of tokens they burn in reasoning before they send a response, which is a totally separate thing. Yeah, exactly, Small Knight. Yeah, I regret even going to that website in my main browser. I should have done it in like Opera or something, right? But yeah, so like I would say it's a slightly different thing, Swiss tourist, because really all the logic does is say how many tokens they burn in reasoning, which is a separate thing. It's almost like a reasoning budget, if you will. Yeah, here's the thing though, Small Knight, like dude, the ad blockers that exist are still pretty good in Chrome. Right? Like it's kind of crazy. We had one person point out that our pricing on the GitKraken page, right? That value loads in late. I think that's actually a problem. We should be resolving that value to a default first and then letting it lazy load into the other price. Like we should not be doing that purely front end. Because that harms our like our crawlability SEO wise too. So I should at least share that in that context. All right. Yeah. No. I think that was actually a good bit of feedback, right? Like, dude, there's no fucking reason this should not be a value on the initial render, right? And then we can use JavaScript to just replace the value for a localized version. Because what all this is doing, it's just localized pricing, right? So if we go look at the network, and again, like, dude, there should be no fucking issues with me, like, looking into this. Holy fuck, though. 254 requests on this page. I'm almost positive I would have been fired for that at the agency I used to work at. I'm almost positive I would have been fired for something this, like, this heavy. Like, why are these things not being minified together? Fucking Elementor, dude. It's fucking Elementor. Yeah, it's a WordPress site, which, I mean, any human being who knows their shit could figure out real quick. It's WordPress for the win, but dude, I've done WordPress sites and I've made really performant WordPress sites. It's not a WordPress problem. It's an engineering problem. We now have someone who's taken over managing the WordPress part of things that I think could be better. I think they could fix things, I think is the way I should have phrased that. I think they can totally fix it, but holy shit, dude. Yeah, man. Nah, it's just like, even if you're doing WordPress sites, you can do good engineering for WordPress sites, and your clients and everyone will thank you for it. Like, dude, holy shit. So much of this could have been minified. Now, I get it. You don't want to, like, overload and create, like, a 400 kilobyte JS file. But, dude, some of these are so small. Right? Dude, fucking Elementor. It's an Elementor problem. Not just purely a WordPress problem. It's a bad engineering WordPress problem. And we're working on it. We got someone new. I'm just, dude, I am blown away by this. That's not even what I was trying to, like, talk about. But holy fuck. Like, what? What? Wait, why are we getting a 422? Unprocessable content? What? Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Again, these are all fixable problems with good engineering. All I was trying to do was find the fucking pricing. I think this is actually it. I think it's this preview page. That's got to be it. Yeah, that's it entirely. That's why the two things loaded in separately. All right. But yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, why should we be waiting for this thing to load, right? If we were to look at when this instance happened, it's like, it's right there. Like, we don't, it's hard to get the timing. Hold on, wait, here we go, timing. Right? At 3.5 seconds of the page being loaded, we queue up this request, and then it takes, holy shit, Holy shit. $330 milliseconds to resolve? Dude, again, I know I'm just a developer advocate. I shouldn't care about this shit. But if I were tasked with building this website and I had server-side timing like that, I would not have a job. Like, there's so much wrong with this. So yeah, dude, that's a bummer. Why the fuck is that endpoint so slow? Are they not caching? I think they're not caching in any way. Because it's most likely coming from some third-party service that manages our billing. I forget what that goes through, and I don't know if I should technically say, but like if you did go through and do the billing, you'd probably see the provider that does our billing anyway. I don't think it's proprietary information, but I should probably be careful about that. And dude, I will say they move fast. This was the thing that was reported on Friday that they added right there. Bam, nailed it. So yeah, like, dude, it's not an organizational issue. We can move fast when we want to. We can totally do this shit. There's just certain things that, man, I don't think they get prioritized like they should. Is it my place to say? Probably not. But we should be preloading those assets and caching them at the full page caching level. And then we should just be clearing that cache at the WordPress level when we need to, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Again, I just think it was too much shit jammed on top and not enough people actually caring about these types of metrics. Yeah. 4 seconds is probably what you meant. Yeah. Like, you know? And before someone jumps in and says, oh, it's a WordPress problem. No, I have written WordPress sites that got a 100 performance score. It's totally fucking possible. It's totally fucking possible. Yeah. Nah, there's definitely stuff we could do. The SEO score being high is nice. But yeah, seriously, like, dude, it gets way worse if we do mobile, right? Like, this is shit. This is really bad for mobile. And again, I'm not trying to roast the company I work for. All I'm saying is, we as engineers, we're the only ones that will ever care about this shit, right? No one from business even understands why this is a problem. You know? Yes, exactly, Swiss Tourist. That is a fully dynamic fetch that I think could be using caching at the server level still, right? Like, but yeah, like, that's a thing. Like, I totally get it. That endpoint could be made way fucking faster. But as far as like the 4 entire seconds that this thing takes to render, at that point, 300 milliseconds reduced to maybe, let's call it 50 for being charitable. It's kind of a drop in the bucket. It's actually a 10% improvement. You know? And 10% is nothing to shake a stick at. But also, I think there's just other concerns too, right? There's a lot to think about engineering wise. I mean, right? Core Web Vitals, largest contentful paint, that's actually not so bad. Interaction to next paint, really not so bad, right? Cumulative layout shift is fucking nailing it, by the way, which is a huge user experience win, right? But then, yes, like these right here could be better. And I think that time to first byte, that time to first byte is really... I don't know where our WordPress site is hosted, but just give it a little more RAM, dude. Give it a little bit more RAM and do some full page caching. Problem solved. Again, I spent a major portion of my career optimizing WordPress sites. I've had Magento sites respond within 100 milliseconds. It is entirely fucking possible. Let's call it 200 milliseconds. I'm pretty sure I got it down to 100, but I don't have any metrics. 200's a little easier to believe, I guess, right? Let's just call it 200, even though I'm almost positive I got it down to that 100. But it's about using a VPS and understanding the hosting, like the server side bits of it, right? Nginx, right? Like Nginx using PHP FPM, right? I didn't even need memcached at that point, but you could. As long as you're doing full page caching in WordPress and Magento, like, dude, you can have a really fucking fast site. But it does mean that you need like enough available RAM to do the caching. Really, Revikin? Well, I mean, keep in mind, when we were doing arm measurement... Hold on. Right? That page is fast. Don't get me wrong. It's only when we do a full, uncached version of it that it's fairly slow. It's still pretty good, though. Honestly, if we just look at it from like a user perspective. And then, yeah, no, it took easily like a good second and a half to resolve there. So it really does come down to like cache hits and misses. And if we turn disable cache off, there's still that lag. There's still that initial lag. Dude, that time to first byte is really not that fast. Okay. So it's like every other thing takes the 3 seconds. But like if we just look at it, again, right, we refresh, The price should be there immediately, in my opinion. I think we're actually like dealing with some SEO problems with not having an initial price there. You know, because not every search engine is Google, right? Google might resolve that JavaScript. I think if we had to wait the entire 4 seconds to load the page, whenever that resolves, it's within like 2 seconds, maybe, sure. That's still like pretty slow for Google's crawler, right? Like at some point, Google sees the thing and then just like, well, we got enough. Fuck it. I only got so much budget. You know? And not every crawler is Google that actually executes JavaScript either, right? So then that's like another part of the problem, right? Not every crawler actually even executes the JavaScript that would load this. We should have it loaded in there immediately. And then replace it after the fact. Right? Like that would just be better. And you could set that caching to like server-side caching for it. Right? Full page cache. Theoretically, there's probably some way you could establish like a webhook. Ooh, and Rich, you're saying you can't buy subs for other YouTube viewers? Ooh. I think YouTube's fucking that up. YouTube's fucking that up, dude. Do they not like money? That's weird. Anyway, rant aside. I do think there's like a good fix we could have for that pricing, and it should be there immediately, and then just lazy load like the localized pricing, right? I think that would be better. But I don't know. Not my call. Not my choice. No buy icon. Yeah, that is weird, I think. All right. Anyway, we'll do another beverage. Yeah. There is too much of me right now. I need to lose some weight. Yeah, no, I get it, Rich. I appreciate you. Like, I don't know, man. Don't feel obligated to like gift subs or any of that stuff. I just appreciate you being there. Like, just being part of someone who's like chatting over on the YouTube is really helpful. Just like Tristan over on the Twitter, right? Like, the algorithm sees that shit. So yeah, the more people chatting and being cool on other platforms besides Twitch is awesome, man. Thank you. All right. We may want to call it here on the whiskeys. We'll see. We'll see. You know, I'm only human. And it's just so warm. There's something about when it's just hot out. Ugh. The temperature went up again. What? How did the temperature go back up? Because I was getting heated. I was getting heated about the WordPress shit. That's it. That's it. So 4-wheel, it is proxied. It's technically not like hosted, it's proxied. And Cloudflare is good about that caching, I guess. And keep in mind, I was doing hard refreshes for all of that stuff. If I did just a regular refresh, I bet it'd be way faster. But like the first person viewing our page is not going to have all of that cached necessarily, right? But you're right. I guess it's better than it is like without me doing like the bullshit of it, right? So yeah, you're probably right. If landing on pricing page first, I'm not sure that matters even that much. I guess some of that stuff will be cached, but yeah, I don't know. Right? So we do home. Like, I don't know. Like, it's still, you're right. You're right. It's fairly fast. We click pricing. Just the fact that I can see this pop in is a problem. To me, that should be a part of the core initial rendering. Yeah, I think the pricing popping in like that is wrong. You're right. You're right. It's still pretty damn good. Yeah, you're right. Right, doing the hard refresh and having dev tools open and disabling cache, like I was doing it like the worst possible way. So that's a good point. And Small Night, Southern Hemisphere ski season is basically fucked. It was really bad here in the US too. It was like really bad here in the US, or at least like here on the West Coast. It was fucking brutal. But what's up, Botto, Mr. Sir? Nah, you're right. The page loads way quicker than I thought. It's 105 degrees Fahrenheit in a lot of Europe at the moment. Yeah, we're having a hot year, man. It's 86 degrees Fahrenheit right here in this room. Take it easy, Rich. You'll get first. It's no big deal. You'll get there eventually. I'm surprised you're not first right now. You've got way more messages than Axor had. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. All right, so then, real quick. You're surprised at the amount of tabs I have open. You have the same but in different windows. You're glad you're not the only one doing it. Yeah, I mean, talking about tabs is so boring, man. $40 degrees Celsius in Turkey. What is 40 Celsius? That's like 100 and something, right? 104. Fuck that. $42 where Small Night was? Or no. They're just talking about the temperature at Hellfest in France. What the hell is Hellfest? Botto, it rarely gets over 80 where you're at. Well, hold on. Where are you at? Are they accepting new people? Heavy Metal Music Festival. Got it. So Small Night, I'm guessing you're still like you're in Australia, right? Or I'm mixing you up with someone. You've been to Europe for metal festivals? Got it. Yeah. So Australia doesn't get many good metal festivals. Yeah. You just get like King Gizzard and the Wizard Lizard, right? And they're barely metal, depending on which album they're playing. Hold on. Is it Wizard Lizard or Lizard Wizard? I think it's Lizard Wizard. I always say that wrong. It is Lizard Wizard. Yeah, whatever. All right, so yeah, back to some shit. Tried the YouTube payoff. Nums one barber. You despise Siri. Okay. Well, I mean, I bet Siri doesn't despise you. And then yeah, let's catch back up on some chat. So yeah, you have Parkway Drive, Obliviscaris, Caligula's horse. I don't know why that was so funny to me. How many STDs do you think Caligula's horse like ended up contracting? 7 different types of syphilis. Yeah, and I actually thought Australia was kind of a big metal scene. I actually kind of would have expected that. Yeah, I don't know why. I thought Australia had a metal scene. I just figured that like if like a funk band like the Parcels could get big, they got to have all sorts of shit. Oh, wait. Okay, so I don't understand the difference, I guess. Is metalcore not metal? If not metal, why metal shaped? And then what the like what is hardcore in that situation? Like could you give me an example artist? Like what would you classify Blood Brothers as? Is that hardcore? Is that screamo? I don't know, man. I'm looking for just like one like milestone of like this band is blank and that might help me understand. What are the Blood Brothers to you? What genre? I can look it up too. I'm curious. I'd rather have your opinion. And if you're not aware of who the Blood Brothers are, well, okay. Yeah, that's like a Washington thing, I guess. They went big time. I remember seeing them at the fucking Redmond Firehouse. Like small time, you know? But they ended up going pretty big time. They are hardcore. Okay. So that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So hardcore is basically like screamo, in my opinion. There's probably a slight difference, but meh. Like botch. Botch is probably hardcore as well. Was that T? In a sense, right? And that sense being, what if you like took hops and barley mash and some other things and then just let them sit for a while? It's like a tea, you know? And maybe not hops. Hold on. No, it's whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's whiskey and water. Yeah, bong and a blintz, smoking a toke. We know it's smoking a pancake. Yeah, hold on, sorry, I don't know. You know what I'm referencing. Let me get more music going though. What should I play? Yeah, I'll pop it open for later. I think it's probably a little too heavy for this stream. And Rich, make yourselves known in this channel. Wait, Rich, are you saying just like for anyone else that might be lurking over on YouTube, you're saying to them to make themselves known? Is that it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm looking, there's 3 people watching on the YouTube right now, theoretically. Now that I've called them out, 1 or 2 might disappear. That's fine. Ooh, there's a 4th. Oh, shit. Now there are 4 of them. All right, so yeah, we're BSing. Ooh, our run just finished. Let's double check it with a GitBench doctor. I mean, I'm trying, Devin. Someone saw me post a tweet about me quitting Claude like a month ago. And they were like, oh man, here's a coupon code for the max plan for a month. Give it a shot. Try our SWE 1.6. Let me know what you think. And I haven't let them know what I think. I think SWE 1.6 fucking sucks. If I could be nicer about it, I would. But now we got 3-4 more days to use up stuff on the Devin subscription. No, I didn't figure out my release downtime. I just don't care that much. I don't think it matters that much, Binary Pie. But yeah, SWE 1.6 is really not great. But that's not like Devin's main thing, you know? Right? Devin's whole thing is about like the cloud orchestration layer and some of that shit. The free Claude usage, I just opted for the GPT 5.5 and I'll switch to like GPT 5.5 for other shit, you know? But we are at least like doing the spec kit thing with it still, just to see like how well we think GPT 5.5 does versus the SWE 1.6, given basically the same planning steps. But I think, you know, hindsight 2020, we gave it some better guidelines. So yeah, we're still trying out spec kit for this one specific project, and that's the ShadCN new morphism. What's my usage on max? I haven't been using the max effort level. I'm on extra high, and it's fine. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. And then Small Knight, they should have stuck with Windsurf, to be honest. You like that name more? I mean, like the Devon IDE is what Windsurf used to be, right? I'm not using the IDE. I'm using their CLI, and that's it. Oh, I mean, I was just using SWE 1.6, and I never hit a limit. I was even on the fast version, but I just haven't been using it enough. I had other shit I needed to like prioritize. Like we gotta launch GitBench by the end of the week, kind of thing. You know? I kind of wish we had had another top of funnel thing. And hold on, they're gonna pull some bullshit on me, aren't they?
Is medieval time!
Dude, the Vercel CLI fucking sucks, dude. No streamer should ever use it. They will leak your IP address. Like, what the fuck, dude? All right.
Saddle up, partner.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking bullshit, man. Have I seen how poorly vibe coded the Codex desktop app is, by the way? No, I've heard stories that like Codex just doesn't have a strong engineering department. I don't have any verification or anything like that. I've just heard stories. It does kind of blow my mind that there's so many companies out there that are kind of like widely known for just not having good engineers. Is this Codex CLI or just desktop? Just desktop? Okay. so much fucking back and forth. Oh my god, dude. There's no way this person actually did this. With ChatGPT Codex connector. I get it, but like, here's the biggest thing there, Small Knight. Like, dude, vibe coding is not that bad if you have someone who knows what the fuck they're doing behind the wheel. You know? But that qualifier disregards a lot of shit. Right? Like, how many people would you actually classify as that? Here's the thing, though. Don't they pay, like, an insane fucking salary? Hmm. See, here's the craziest part. Like, aren't they, like, really strict about their hiring processes, too? Oh, no. This is the salary range. This is literally the salary range. Equity is on top of that. Like, dude, uh, this is the base rate. If they bamboozled me in the interview process about the base rate plus offers equity, yeah, dude. I'd tell them to kick sand. Yeah, Small Knight, you might have like a better call on that. Yeah, right. Levels FYI. This is actual like human beings, right? Yeah, that's a good call. Right. I think we all know. I would love to consider myself an L5. I've been slapped before for going for like an L4. And if I had just aimed for L3, not at this company, at other companies, if I had just aimed for L3, I'd be sitting so fucking pretty right now. I'd be owning a house. If I had just fucking gone to a slightly lower fucking pay grade for the interview I did at one company back in the day. And back in the day, meaning like 2022. Yeah, the company I was like interviewing for. Yeah, I should not have gone for the senior. Hire me at mid-level. Who gives a shit? It's still doubling my salary. Like, fuck it, dude. The fact that L2 is entry level is kind of insane. So yeah, I would apply for an L3, hoping they upgrade me. But I'd be set with L3 too. You know, like, holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Problem is with any of these jobs, you're in the office every fucking day. I don't even think they do hybrid anymore. I think it's just purely fucking only in office. Which I find pretty ridiculous. 7 days a week. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, so hold on. Yeah, we refreshed this. We ran some models. We got both things, and aha! Aha! We see that Devstrel actually gets worse with structured output, but DeepSeek Flash gets better with structured output. Laguna gets better with structured output too. Now that we've fixed some of our structured output bullshit. Yeah. OpenAI is just a big OpenAI, like just a big startup for sure. Otherwise, everybody just goes into psychosis. I'm not sure about that, man. Like, I don't know. I guess when you're given like a 24/7, like unlimited token budget, which I think all their devs have internally, it'd be really easy to go full psychosis mode. So that does make sense. I think I get that. All right, so they must have some serious guides and guardrails. Maybe. I don't know. I do need to use the restroom. It got a little bit cooler in this room. Do we think my ice cubes are finally frozen? We'll see. Because it is warm. I do need to grab some ice cubes. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to check on the ice, and we'll be back. But also, let's double check some other things. What else do we got churning? Damn, yeah, I think most of our stuff is actually... Oh, this one's over in marketing. Yeah, all right. So we got a lot that we're like stalled on. We'll have to fix that. Give me a sec. I do need ice cubes though, and I have to use the restroom. All right. Well, oh, hold on. One second. One second. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, oh my god, uh, the ice cubes are still not frozen. So note to self, I need to make sure I get ice cubes frozen before, like the night before every stream. This shit sucks. Like, dude, I bet tomorrow's gonna be even hotter. That said, I got snack food. You guys ever eat these? It's like the rice thing with like seaweed wrapped around it. Nori maki arare, or rice cracker with seaweed. All right, anyway. If I eat this whole bag, it's only 300 calories? That sounds like a challenge. That sounds like a challenge. Oh, and I see what's going on. We got too many tabs open. We even do it with our terminal, obviously. Yeah, we'll pop open the Jetstream later. Because I do think we'll keep at least one Jetstream tab open. All right, the GitBench stuff we keep. Dude, and I forgot all about cuneiform. We should keep building it, obviously. But yeah, I totally forgot about it. We haven't even looked at its output. I bet it's really bad. So yeah, real quick. I used to go to this place called Daiso, Daiso, in Bellevue. The reason I went to it recently is because I went out to the golf place to grab some new grips for some of my clubs. I forgot to specify DryTech 2.0, so I got the 1.0s, which is fine. I don't mind regripping my clubs. And yeah, the 1.0s, or like the originals, go bad quicker. But I don't golf enough for that to be a huge concern. So I think it'll be fine. But yeah, I'm going to be re-gripping some clubs. I spent a portion of yesterday stripping the old terrible grips off of the 4 clubs that I want to re-grip right now. I'm going to let my fingers recover because I spent too much time like scraping the old tape off and stuff. And yeah, I even like at the Putts golf place I went to, I even got one of these like kits. Like you can just buy mineral oil and fucking 2-sided tape. I don't even think I'll use the fucking mounting bracket or whatever they sell it with. But I was there already. Why not? And I did technically use Putts Golf as a way of just like checking some of these grips. And I'm going to be buying the grips I actually care about online. But I figured, I don't know, I wanted to at least like pay a local company before I bought some bullshit online, right? But here's the kicker. The grips I decided I wanted, they didn't even have in stock. So, like, I tried to support a local business, and they wouldn't even let me in the way I wanted. Local business, this is why you're getting eaten by fucking Amazon. However, I will probably go and do like a fitting, see what size like clubs I need and like what angle they should sit at and all that BS. Bedtime Bear swears by that shit. One of our regulars here on stream. He's the person I go golfing with most of the time anyway. He thought it was wild that I re-grip my own clubs, though. It's really not hard to do. All right, so here's the big thing. We're going to end up needing to archive all those OpenSpec changes we just made. Or do we? I'm not sure we do, actually. I don't think we actually do. I think we could delete all of these OpenSpec things and just call it good. I don't think we need to actually, like... I don't think we actually need to rerun any of this. I don't think we need to worry about, like, backwards compatibility for it. Yeah, I think we call it good. All right, so then we got the dev server going. We should definitely, like, stop and restart it. And hold up. What we actually need to do first is the GitBench stuff. I do think the git apply thing is outside the scope of what we do, right? Because that is like a separately measurable thing. I could even see it being like a separate git kraken thing, but I just don't think it belongs here in GitBench. How do you all feel about that? Like, I just want to make sure. And who was asking for this earlier? That was 646. They are probably not here at the moment because I feel like they might be on, like, European time. But maybe not. They're at least, I think, East Coast time, which would put them pretty late as well. I think so. I could be wrong. So yeah, this is actually leaning towards, like, oh shit, this is looking pretty good. What I think I want to do even more then is let's look, if we look at some of this, we still have a bunch of every model fails kind of stuff. Yeah, nah, dude. This is bumming me out. Like, I thought we had this fixed. Why is every model failing at these tests? That means there's something about our scoring or the tests themselves. And can I also just say, I might eat this entire thing. If it's only 300 calories, I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, I'm really not that worried. If we consider the bag of chips that I totally housed yesterday, yeah, this bag of chips right here was about 800 calories. All right, so Rich, I mean, for me, it's 8 p.m. So, Rich, you're at 1 hour behind. That means you're on like Colorado time, I think. Or I think Texas is 2 hours, depending on the part of Texas, I guess. Maybe Arizona. You don't have to dox where you are, Rich, but I don't know. It'd be cool to know where you are. If I end up going to oh wait, hold on, behind. So wait, you're saying if it's 8 for me, it's 7 for you? What is that? Alaska? Hawaii? I think Hawaii's 2 hours. It is Alaska. Oh shit, dude. Oh, that's cool, man. Well, how about this? We're going to have to meet up because I definitely maybe want to try and take like an Alaska trip next year. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Here's another question. What's the temperature like where you're at? Huh. In those insulated houses, too warm? I mean, you open up the windows at night and then you close them during the day, right? I mean, I guess at 60, you can just leave them open all the time, right? Hold on. I guess that's the thing. If you live in Alaska, you have less windows because the windows are a place for the heat to escape during the winter. Hmm. Yeah, I never actually thought about that. So it's like a rainy day in Alaska right now. Oh my god, it's going to be a scorcher. You guys are going to get like almost into the 70s. Oh, that sounds miserable. Oh man. How are you even going to cope? Here's another question. Isn't land or property or like like owning kind of cheap in Alaska? It used to be? Well, hold up. I'm talking fucking Seattle costs compared to where you're at. Give me the meat and give it to me raw. Okay, that's a trailer park. That's a separate thing. Yeah, exactly, mono. Like, dude. It's a long supply chain. I understand that. So yeah, like you're gonna be paying like double in groceries, right? I'm just gonna tell you right now, my grocery cost is nowhere near the cost of my rent. Like it's not even funny. Like, dude. This looks fucking amazing, dude. I'd be spending like $1,000 less a month. What if we crank it way down? Sure. Let's do like a 5%. I'd be up to still less than what I pay per month where I'm at right now. Now, granted, no, that's not ideal, and that would still suck. And honestly, the HOA is a major chunk of that at this point. But okay, okay. Huh. Right, does this include the land? $675 a month HOA on something like this? Yeah, you probably don't own the land you live on, right? Mobile home. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking. Right, do you realize for some of this shit we're looking at, multiply these prices by 3 for here in Seattle for owning. Jesus Christ, dude. All right. Now, is it a good investment? Probably not. You'd probably be better off renting. You'd probably be better off renting. And then eventually, like, buying something down here that you would just, like, sublet, right? Or you just, like, lease. That's probably the move, right? You go somewhere where, like, dude, we didn't even look at rent. Okay, I am eating this whole bag of crackers. Is this what you're talking about? Like up near Eagle River or some shit? Or are you talking even further for like whatever like this area is? Like Wasilla. Well, I've heard a lot about Wasilla actually. Yeah, so that's actually the crazy part. Rent is actually not that much chiller. Dude, rent is still pretty fucking ridiculous. Alaska is one of the few places where owning is probably better than renting. But I bet the resale value is way lower, which is why maybe that's the case. Right? Like the land's not going to appreciate any more than fucking inflation. So yeah, Rich is saying most people buy, hold, and then just return for fishing and hunting shit. Got it. So yeah, you could live in a shithole for like $1,500 a month in Alaska. Right? If you're paying $3,000 a month, that's $18K a year in your pocket. Now, granted, you could get the same out in like Montana and like South Dakota and like the shittiest parts of Wyoming. In mono, but then it's like $3K a month for heating. Well, not if you're the upstairs apartment. Not if you're the upstairs apartment. Your fucking neighbors heat you. What are we talking about? We're dreaming about maybe moving to Alaska, but it's not something I'd end up doing. I just find it interesting. That's all. Yeah. Nah. We're getting easily distracted, which is something I'm prone to anyway. Ooh, wait, Rich. See, that was the thing I was most worried about. Like, what would the internet be like if I moved to Alaska? You're saying there's plenty of fiber now? You're making it really fucking appealing, Rich. There you go, Mono. Yeah, I could just run local LLMs to heat up my apartment. No big deal. Back during the crypto boom, Rich, how many people were heating their apartment just farming crypto? I sleep on a bed of GPUs. All right, damn. I didn't expect that I would eat this whole thing. It was fucking good. These are super good. Oh, and I forgot like where I was going. Yeah. I hit up Daiso yesterday and picked that up. I got other like snack food too, but you know what? I can just go to fucking H Mart and get the same shit for probably cheaper. See, I think Daiso is like dying because H Mart's such a better deal for the food stuff. Because I went to fucking H Mart and their collection, like their selection of like snack foods and like rice crackers and things like that was way worse than it was like years ago. Only thing that might be better than an H Mart is maybe an Awajimaya. But yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. Yeah, small night. Yeah, I have my 2015 Intel Mac Mini. I contemplated turning it into like a media center PC, but you can get like way cheaper media center PCs. What would be the cost benefit analysis? Like, when would you hit the break even point of just like buying a brand new like Raspberry Pi? You know, like shit. Probably within like a year. Right? If it's like if we assume, and this is probably like old numbers, but like 10 cents per kilowatt hour. The Intel Mac Mini is probably somewhere around like 150 to 200. So at 200 watts per hour, right? Like watt hours. It's 2 cents an hour to run a Mac Mini. Oh, I meant to do a new thing. And that assumes that it's like maxing out the wattage. Okay, so yeah, running that Mac Mini would cost me $14 a month if it was like maxed out, and I think it's like idle cost is way lower. But still, right? Over that time, if you spent $200 to $400, you're saying 400 on your Intel N100. At 400, it would still take, dude. We're talking like 2.5, 3 years to hit that cost benefit, right? And that's at running 24/7. Whereas I think that Mac Mini still goes cheap. Like when it's like not at full load. So I'm just saying, like, even at a $400 USD, your Mac Mini is actually still probably a fucking deal for certain shit, dude. Just saying, like, I don't know, man. And crunching numbers like this, like, everyone should be ready to do this kind of math. Just to, like, check if something's worth the effort or worth replacing or worth buying a brand new thing. And when would it make sense to do so, and how long would it take to fucking realize the value? You think we have to consider performance too? It depends on what you're doing. If I'm talking about like a media center PC, I don't give a fuck about the performance. That Intel Mac Mini would be fine. Right? For media center shit, dude, who gives a fuck? So that was like the use case I was calculating. I understand that. You're talking about a different use case, like a machine you actually use. That's a separate thing. Sure. Ah, that's where you run your agents and shit. Got it. All right, so here we are doing more GitBench stuff. And, you know, I do want to hop over to gaming here at some point. I do have to, like, wake up early-ish tomorrow for, like, a meeting. And I also got to, like, kick some stuff off for, like, the one-on-one with my boss tomorrow, too. So we don't want to go till, like, a midnight here, right? Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. But we do still want to kick some stuff off. Oh, and hold on. Yeah. So this would be Open Spec Explorer. All right, so hold on. Commit squash, git bisect. Ref log, stash recovery. All right, Codex, do your thing. Wait, how are we at weekly 75%? Who the fuck is using my Codex usage? Okay, now that was a few days ago. Wait, what? No, that's like over the entire month. Okay, Saturday we did some shit. That's right. That's right. Never mind. $10 to 12 week lead time. That's got to be an Australia/New Zealand problem. There's no way. Oh, 9 a.m. four-wheel. There are some days where I can sleep till 10, and I normally do. Given a choice, I'll wake up at 10. The Mac Minis are all sold out because of the AI bros. Perfect for local AI? No, I actually think those AI bros are fucking up. You're really not running any significant LLMs and getting good value out of it, you know? Yeah, I find that strange, man. I think a lot of people have misunderstood why like OpenClaw needed a Mac Mini. It's because people needed the fucking iMessage integration. But you can just do that with a fucking WhatsApp or Signal or some other chat, you know? Yeah, I get that small night, but yeah, like for inference, dude, it's a really bad value, in my opinion. But a lot of the people that have bought Mac Minis did so because they just needed the iMessage integration because they wanted to connect to it from their phone, but they could have done that with other apps as well, you know? Let me put it this way, Small Knight. You're not doing any significant dev on a machine that's running these models. The fan kicks on and it's basically unusable. The moment you're doing any inference, it's not usable as a dev machine anymore. Yeah, if you want to do iOS dev, a Mac Mini is a fantastic investment, for sure. For sure. Yep. Max out the RAM. Max out the RAM. Get that 64 gig. Yeah, four wheel. Yes, a lot of people wasted money just to get a Mac Mini for iMessage. It's because they misunderstood what the value of the Mac Mini was versus any other device for the same comparable price. Right? Like even Tej and Prime had to call that out on their fucking podcast at one point. Like, yeah, I got a Mac Mini, but like all you people out there thinking you're getting Mac Mini to run local models, no, you're not getting a model that does anything you want in like a form factor of a Mac Mini. It's just not happening. The fact that they made that content and there's still people out there that just don't get it. Like, I mean, right? A fool and their money are soon departed, right? Just buy GeoHot's fucking tiny box for 15 grand. No big deal. Well, hold on. What are the specs of the tiny box? You gotta head off there, Rich? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate you. We'll see you again soon. I don't think there's any way this is worth it. Which one's the 15 grand? It's got to be this one, right? No. What? 12 grand. Okay, okay. Well, that's not so bad. Dude, it doesn't even get a petaflop. I understand they're doing a bunch of, like, up to magic here. Why would anyone pay for this? You're right. You can't grate cheese with a DGX Spark. That's the moneymaker right there, huh? Likely the best performance per dollar. Bullshit. Like, seriously. Bullshit. Just order an Exa box for 100 grand and they ship it to you in a fucking shipping container. No big deal, guys. Like, what are you even wasting your time on? Why buy a Mac Mini when you can just get this? Four wheel. Four wheel just threw up in his mouth a little. No big deal. Meanwhile, dude, for only 75K. So yeah, your DGX Spark is gonna be like 120 watts under load. Your tiny box will be 3,200. What the fuck, dude? What? I really want to see like numbers. Like how much faster is the RAM in a tiny box versus a DGX Spark? Like how much faster? I'm so curious about that. So here's my question. Why does the DGX Spark boast petaflops when this one feels like it's barely like above a petaflop? What am I missing here? There's got to be something I'm missing. And petaflop of what type of compute? I guess that's it. Like, none of these actually go into the fucking, like, brass tacks of it, right? But yeah. See you next time, Rich. Yeah, no worries, man. And hold on. Wait, you got yours, don't use it? Wait, got good life lessons. Love it when the boss invites for a Sunday Italian dinner. What am I missing? You got yours, don't use it. Thanks for the program this evening. Catch you next vibe. Yeah, sure, man. For sure. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, for sure, Rich. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Yeah, see you tomorrow, dude. So GPUs target specifically used calculations, especially with AI now, stuff like NVIDIA, NVFP4. Okay. Another aspect of it, GeoHot tries to deal with AMD to get deal and fight with NVIDIA, but you don't see that happening. tinygrad.org has the memory specs. Yeah, I get that, but does NVIDIA have the memory specs? Where would I go to get those values? Right, so memory bandwidth 273. Ah, okay. Right, so by being unified memory, the DGX is an order of magnitude slower. Meanwhile, the tinygrad can be really fucking fast at the GPU level because it's using proper GPUs. Right. Okay. So I think I get that. Okay. So I'm still just trying to understand, like, who should care the most about these things? Yeah, I don't know, Canal. So basically, Zanar is saying the sparks were for people researching and training models. The inference is slow. So, what is the difference between inference and training in this context? Okay, so the 128 of a DGX Spark, even if it's slower, is better for the training aspect. Whereas if you have GPUs, it's fast, sure, but you don't get nearly as much RAM. Is that like the general gist of it? Because we're looking at 12 grand versus 75K. Like, holy shit, dude. Right? And theoretically, you could just like daisy chain 2, maybe even 3 DGX Sparks and have 384 gigs of RAM. For the 12K cost, you'd be paying for the 64, but you wouldn't be using it for inference. It would be purely training. Is that kind of it? Like, could you daisy chain those things? Like, could you parallelize the training? I guess. Yeah, right? So that's why the Spark is such a value. So it's only for people who are doing training. Okay. I think I get it. All right, all right, all right. So AMD doesn't have the software for it. So you'd have to go the NVIDIA level. Oh, right. So then that's where you're up to the 75K. Got it. And that's why the DGX is such a value then. Like, especially. Okay. Got it. Okay. I think I get it. Now, when you say a huge uplift in AI, is that only for training or only for inference or for both? You're saying for training and inference. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. It's getting late, right? We should probably be wrapping up here in a bit. Should cook some proper food. Dumplings, I'm thinking. It's still fucking 85 degrees in this room, though. The air coming from outside is pretty good. I think technically the thing where I have like the temperature gauge is over in the corner, so it doesn't get great airflow. It does seem like it hits over towards there. It should. No. I think it's just 85 in this room, no matter what. Dude, it's too hot. It's way too hot. But okay, all right. So let's do some shit. Oh, hold up. Got to say, Vercel, don't you fuck me here. So petaflops is a bad number because you could be calculating the wrong shit. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Okay. No. So we fixed it. We see it. This is way fucking better now, man. This is awesome. Oh, that's way better. All right, cool. Oh, so Canal, that makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah. DGX Spark is talking about the FP4 stuff, right? And then Tiny Box is talking about 16-bit floats. Got it. Interesting. Okay. Dude, so yeah, like, dude, TinyGrad would be better off trying to, like, show some of this, right? Like, align with what people are showing. Like, dude, these numbers are not apples to apples, and they're fucking up by using different numbers. They're fucking up. Yeah, man. So it's a marketing problem, but GeoHot's really bad at marketing, so that makes a lot of sense too. I mean, I'm not saying I'm any better. Keep that in mind. But yeah, no, GeoHot is really bad at marketing his products. You'd also say it's Nvidia being sneaky? Maybe. I feel like the NVFP4 thing is actually like a standard in some way, though, right? Like, what if TinyGrad just like had a separate number for that, right? Like, I don't know, man. I assume he's like every engineer, and he thinks marketing is the worst in the world and doesn't want to engage anything like that. I think that's him just doing so to his own detriment. But yeah, I don't know. There's something weird about that. I'd say it's like half and half. It's Nvidia being sneaky and GeoHot being clueless as far as marketing goes. Like, that's easily a 50-50 in my opinion. Oh, this is another cool learning that we got. It's almost always cheaper to do the structured output. Interesting. Dude, yeah, if we look at Nemotron, the high cost is 6 cents versus 1 cent. Now, the pass rate is 65 to 86, sure. But then we consider with JSON and the difference between them, like, holy shit, the none value with the JSON is less than a penny. With the JSON, okay, dude. All right. So we're getting a lot more fucking value out of this. We're also seeing that Nemotron is slow as fuck. Holy shit, dude. So with no reasoning, Nemotron is like 7 minutes or 11 minutes. With high reasoning, you multiply that by 5 at the minimum. Yeah, that's fucking gnarly. All right. So this is giving us like way more data to work with, and that's good because the failing tests were fucking me. All right, so then if we look at like the average values, sure, we see some stuff near the 100 numbers. Okay, so we go back to it. Real calibration issues worth a follow-up change. All right, so I'm gonna say this thing is good. Now we just forgot to like run the bullshit. All right, so that is not the issue there. Okay, so next, what is our actual issue? And honestly, this might be a problem for tomorrow. This feels like a tomorrow. All right, so I think that is a good bit. Who do we go raid? Damn, the category really does die at this time of day. 600 viewers in the category right now? Holy shit, dude. That's fucking gnarly. I gotta start ending way earlier. Holy shit, dude. God, just so much game dev. Nate Needham. Vibe coding the Stack of 8 weekly marketing flow. Dude, so much gaming, dude. I got nothing against game dev. I want to try and keep fucking dev alive, man. Hacking LLMs. Chat versus the wizard. Okay. All right, well, we'll check it out here in a bit. Let's give it a sec. Let's keep looking at what we got. All right, so I can at least pull that over. Yeah, from the work machine while I'm gaming tonight, I can start like prompting some of the bullshit. I can start kicking off. Well, I can't kick off the tests yet. But, you know. How about this thing? Where's this thing at? Let's double check some of these. All right, so, yeah. The plan for tomorrow. Like, what do we think our plan actually is? A. We must be ShadCN registry compatible. And then let's double check some of this jazz. All right, so we don't need to actually go in and archive any of that stuff in the marketing site. I do think we want to think more about some of the marketing content BS. I almost even want to think about like how the styling for the page works, but that's a little separate. So yeah, let's continue this part. Initial component catalog scope. I'm okay with A. Yeah, the stream we were looking at looks like they're chilling. We could probably call this good. I want to finish at least this part of the Devon GPT-5.5 BS. I'm a little bummed my ice cubes never like froze like throughout the day today. So it was a hotter day than it needed to be, which is the thing. I think it's fine. All right, so let's double check. All right, so we did a clarify. When I forgot, SpecKit creates branches for you, like automatically. I'm not so sure how I feel about that. I'm not so sure about that. I don't know, man. I think that should be a thing that you establish ahead of time as part of like the initial scaffolding of a project, in my opinion. So yeah, anyway, I think we're at a good stopping point for the day. It's 9 o'clock at night. We're not going to go crazy. I got work at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I got a meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I kind of want to play some games, eat some food, chill, go to sleep at a reasonable hour tonight. And by reasonable, I mean like midnight or 1 a.m. Obviously. We'll see if it cools down. We're still at 85 degrees Fahrenheit in this room. It is still a little warm. So yeah, let's go raid someone. I see someone named Your Cyber Doctor. They are doing Chat versus the Wizard hacking LLMs. Day 152. At what point do streamers just stop counting the days? I'm a little curious about that, but not a big deal. We're going to go right into a stream we haven't raided before as far as I remember or know. Let's go see what they're up to. And yeah, I will be back here tomorrow, hopefully a little earlier in the day. Yeah, I might be able to start by like 1 tomorrow. Wait. Yeah, so raid that if I could type. But yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream. I'm gonna play a little bit of gaming. Obviously, I'm gonna cook some dumplings for dinner because the steamer is not a big source of heat. And yeah, I'll probably play a little bit of some PoE 2 over on gaming stream. Anyone want to join? If Brainless is still out there, I might just like load up the Rising real quick and then send the minions back out on more missions. So they don't need to be present for that. I might do that just for like more resources and bullshit. But yeah, some gaming, some chilling. We'll hang out. And yeah, just gaming time, right? So let's go say hi to your cyber doctor. Doctor, 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 doctor. Right? It's basically spies like us at this point. No, let's go right on over. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube and the Twitter streams first. Later YouTube, later Twitter. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate y'all.